You can just call me by my name.
Oh, okay, sweet.
The stream is not going on my end.
Okay, then it's must be because I didn't hit the go live button. That's why.
You
Good.
gotta hit the actual go live button through YouTube.
Okay. Cool. So
Yeah,
I'm
you can
gonna
just call me.
hit
You can
go
just call me
live.
Brendan.
Okay, cool. Sweet. I'm also going to share my screen directly with you. We should
Also,
be live.
the Final Fantasy II DLC for Stranger of Paradise added fucking gun.
Okay. Oh wait, Brendan, we're live now.
What?
We're live now.
I know, but I'm talking about Final Fantasy Stranger of Paradise.
Okay, yeah, but we're streaming. We're gonna decide the best version of each summon.
You
Um,
should be streaming the Stranger of Paradise DLC
I
because it has a gun.
I haven't played it. I should. Because I think I told you I bought it the other day. Anyways, hey, welcome to the stream. I am doing a little PowerPoint presentation followed by a little funny ranking deal we're going to be doing. I am with my friend Brendan, aka Midnight Wanderer. He usually streams on Twitch. He's better at streaming than I am. Um, so just to check, do you see the exclusive stream I've given you on Discord so that you don't have delay?
Yeah, I can see the screen share on your end.
Okay, and then viewers or Brennan, can you open the stream and tell me how our audio is balanced?
The audio sounds fine. Sorry, what's gun? Gun is gun.
Gun is gun. Yeah. Also, Brendan's probably gonna watch the chat a little closer than I will.
Yeah, he's gonna be kind of busy PowerPoint presentationing to
Right.
me. Also, I like the subtle symbolism here you have on the homepage, where you have like the water to represent like the stream itself. You have the nice little guy standing because we're going to be standing our ground on our shitty
Right.
opinions. And of course, the bridge is a reference to the fact that Gilgamesh will not be appearing in this stream.
Exactly. No, it definitely was not just the default cover that I used.
Oh, totally. No, there's a detailed, nuanced symbolism.
Right. This is very important. I chose all of those. Sounds pretty good. All right. Thanks, Leonardo. So I know there's not too many people in here, but we'll just explain the rules as we go on, and people come in and question us. So anyways, it's me, Roman NovaZone man, the guy that made the KH video some of y'all watched, or the Gunvolt one for some of you. So kind of, there's been a few times where me and my buddy Brendan, the more real streamer than me, we've like discussed, oh, what's the coolest looking version of a Final Fantasy summon? What's the best story they might have, yada yada, and we just go into big deep discussions about it, but not too far because we have to do it quickly or whatever the fuck, or we lose focus. Anyways, right now, what we're doing is we're gonna do a whole big boy stream where oh, your mic is a little quieter than yours. Let me turn you up slightly.
Man, I should turn me even more down.
If your opinion differs from mine too much, I might, because obviously, like any professional YouTube video review man, if your opinion is different than mine, I do not respect you, and I consider you lesser than me.
Oh my god, the producer is here.
Oh my god, the producer, yeah. All right, so anyways, I made a big ass PowerPoint. It's really long because I could only fit a few images per PowerPoint slide, and so it looks like a bunch of slides, but we are going to slide through some of them pretty quickly.
In chat, before you start thinking to yourself that he's putting like the most thought into this, that he's secretly a talented streamer, no, he was finalizing this moments before we started, and he has in fact decided that we will improvise later because he ran out of time.
There's only one summon we're improvising. It is who you might expect, but we have a bunch to go before then because I also made a little, there's something in Photoshop we'll do later where we just pick our favorites of each. But that'll be near the end. Or how about, is gun better than literal castle? That's a good question because castles only have swords. But anyways, I broke these up into sections, and we'll get there in a little bit. But to start, just to be clear, here are the rules. Now, to be discussed, a summon must be summonable 2 or more times in a main numbered game, meaning 1 through 16. A direct sequel like 10-2, 13-2, and Revenant Wings does not count. Revenant Wings has a shit ton of summons. If I counted Revenant Wings, we would like double the list here.
Bro, and I thought I was done with college. You can't just go hitting me with the college professor presentation like this.
Right. Additionally, they need to be focus on the word summonable. So something could be in a game, but not summonable, and so we won't talk about it. Oh, by the way, I don't have any music playing in the back because I was getting this done at the end. If you want sound, go make a little second video next to it.
God, truly, Roman has become a streamer.
I have.
He simply scuffs his way through.
I do. Revenant Wings has a... We will still discuss the summons that are in a sequel game, which really just means Revenant Wings, because 10-2, 13-2, and Lightning Returns don't have summons. And also Revenant Wings takes the place of 12, because due to 12 having its own set of summons that never reappear, we will pretty much never talk about the summons in 12. Now, these summons must primarily be a summon. So a creature like goblins, chocobos, and tonberries, which players can summon, do not count. Because when I say tonberry, no one thinks, oh shit, the summon from Final Fantasy VIII? No, you think of the enemy.
The one Tonberry King fan over there crying in the corner.
I know.
Unwanted and unloved.
They're so sad. I probably will...
By us, just as by Square Enix.
Exactly. Now, if a game makes the qualifications, we will briefly discuss their spin-off appearances. I downloaded a lot of PNGs. We're going to talk about them. Legend of the Professional Streamer, that's me. Now, we're mainly talking about summon designs, but spoilers may happen. Well, we were going to try our best for things like 15, 16, like the newest stuff, just like pretty much nothing bad. We will stay as clean as possible when we get to especially 16. But
like 16 is gonna be interesting because like I feel like I watched him play through 16 and like our opinions are pretty set in stone.
Yeah.
We share pretty much like entirely the same opinions. Besides like one of them we'll probably get to. I'll probably differ a bit, but
yeah, like
for the most part we're just gonna get to it and we're just gonna be like going, yeah, it's pretty good because internally we're holding back. God, these are the sickest fights in any Final Fantasy game.
The two of us plus one of our other friends was on stream pretty much anytime I got to a boss in 16 because they're that good. I really recommend FF16.
The gang had to squat up like we're watching a movie.
Exactly. Okay, so to just for clarification, for the games beaten, I have beaten 1 through 9, 10-2, the 13 trilogy, and 16, while Brendan has beaten 1 through 10, 13, 14, 15, 16. So roughly we've beaten the same amount, but the ones he's beaten matter a little bit more in this stream.
Yeah, and come 14, I probably will give some context for Roman about why the design.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We're probably gonna be like trying to avoid like discussing lore reasons behind design changes, but like there's some baffling 14 decisions that are explained through lore. Read why Ifrit looks like a weird fucking iguana man.
We'll get there. There's so many jank ass designs and there's so many cool ones, and man, you might be shocked who did not appear as much as you think and who appeared more than you thought. Also,
I guess one more exception, I mentioned this briefly before, like an exclusion that I'm not a fan of, but Roman is, I will never forgive him, is Gilgamesh. We will not be discussing Gilgamesh.
He's a boss. We all think of him as a boss. It doesn't make sense to have Gilgamesh here, so maybe if we do some other Final Fantasy related stream similar to this, and I probably will also like cut this into a little the best of later on, like put this into a 20-minute video, upload it by itself, but I'll see. Let's do this first. So now we're getting into part 1, only 2 appearances. So everyone we're talking about for this next portion of the video is only summonable in 2 games. They appear in more of them, but you can only summon them in 2 titles. So, Brendan, do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay.
I looked away. I looked away for a second, and then I looked at the screen. What the fuck have you done? Who
Um,
hurt you? Why are
I'm,
you like
I'm
this? And can I
thirsty.
have a hit?
Um, you gotta buy it. It's expensive. All right, so our first boy. We're starting here because it's the weirdest one. We're gonna talk about
Because it is.
Madeline.
Yeah, yeah. There's both two of them and one of them simultaneously.
This is like the edgiest case that is ever edged because technically there's two. There's Madouine
But
and
it's okay because
Medine.
we're a big fan of edging.
um
Excited for how many questions your girlfriend asks you in the middle of the stream about some of the dumb bullshit we say.
right. So just because I think Madeline's a cool guy in both of his true appearances, he gets to be here. Um Now, Madeline in 6 was kind of just a regular horny devil type of person. His story was that he's one of the more normal espers in the world of espers, and so he kind of has a normal looking look. I think he's neat, nothing special. Then in Final Fantasy IX, there's another character named Medine that you summon who's a fucking lion Batman. Now, even in Japanese, their names are spelt differently. They have one changed katakana. Um,
Yeah, they're
so
also like blatantly just trying to be the same thing. And honestly, the different katakana may even be like just because they decided to translate it differently, like from its source language to Japanese.
yeah, like
I don't actually know what the origin of like Maduin is.
neither do I, but the
Pulled up
point
to
is
Google.
the point is there's not many appearances for either of them, so it's not going to take us long. Like as in here's the Maduin spin-offs, and he looks nearly identical in everything except World of FF. I guess they didn't. Wait. What was the skin color in 6? It was. Okay, so the overworld sprite is very clearly like a lighter tan, while it's more of a dark, extreme tan for the battle sprite. So it is kind of interesting that, like, in the
really
spin-off,
quick,
they
I
didn't
looked it up.
decide.
It seems like Maduin and Medine are literally just OCs.
Oh, okay. Good for them.
I can't find a source mythology by my simple, quick Google search. Therefore, I am confident in saying that actually this isn't a cultural reference.
Okay, good.
I am American. How could you tell?
Wow, would have never guessed. Yeah, so here's the Maduin spin-offs, and this isn't too different from how he looked in 6, right? Except I did mess up that one on the left there in the red. That's also Maduin. I don't know what the fuck is up with that.
Fucking Dirge of Cerberus looking.
It really
design.
is.
That is just chaos Dirge.
It is, yeah. And then the other two, the one in the middle and the one in the bottom right, one of them is tactics, one of them is tactics advanced. I don't remember which is which.
I'm gonna guess left is tactics just because it looks more like it's trying to be real, while the right one's cartoony.
And yeah, that is it for Madeline Maduin. So I guess let's just.
And there's also now there was one thing I sent Roman. He said it didn't count. In the upcoming Final Fantasy XIV expansion Dawn Trail, the new Pictomancer class does have a summon Medine ability that creates like a little paint Medine, and he's cute and it's adorable. And I tried to tell Roman, but he said it didn't count.
I made the PowerPoint. I made the PowerPoint. You didn't. Okay, so real quick, Brennan, can you in our Discord chat write down what we both say our favorites of each is, and just like keep track of it, or like on a note somewhere?
Sure. I guess like which one do you prefer? I like the 9 one more.
I'm gonna say, yeah, 9's the coolest one. Just straight up 9. I don't think this is gonna be a big question. Okay, was that you that just texted it to me? They look so much like a Castlevania enemy. Honestly,
yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, especially with the 9 look. It kind of looks like a boss. Like, look at the sprite in the bottom right. Okay, either way, we talked a while about one that isn't important. Now we have Sylph from Final Fantasy 4 and 5. Which the spin-off Sylph is in makes you think she's in more. No! Only 2 times can you summon Sylph.
And even then they were just kind of the filler early game summon.
No, you had to work.
Look at that basic bitch ass pixie.
No. You had to work hard for for Sylph.
Did you? I thought that was like one of the basic bitch ones. I thought you just
No.
started with
No,
that.
no, no, you got Sylph when you saved Yang from being asleep with his wife's frying pan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 4 was hard.
Shouts to Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah,
Definitely was one of the games.
it was. So here, 4 versus 5. I guess I'm gonna pick 5 design. I did use the PSP sprite for 4. You're gonna notice, for the most part, I tried to use Super NES sprites. If the Final Fantasy wiki didn't immediately have it there for me to copy and paste, I didn't. But for the most part, I try to use the Super NES sprites.
Pink hair good, bottom text 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 5. But now we have also 14, the fucking cabbage.
Ah,
So
yes, the lettuce.
I don't like it.
One of the first, you help out the sylphs with a bunch of stuff. You go to fight Titan and you come back and you find out they massacred, the fucking government massacred half of them.
Oh jeez. Yeah, I'm not. It's so stupid.
Also, are we judging them based on all designs across all of them, or like just the summonable appearances?
We're going to judge them by all of them, but I imagine we're probably going to innately give more points to a summonable appearance.
Fair enough.
So, of these so far, for me, it might be 5. But here's the thing: Sylph, 3 appearances in mainline games. Spin-offs?
Did someone say humanoid woman?
All right, here we go. Mobile appearances. This is, you're going to notice this with any female-looking entity when we get to a mobile game. They appear a lot. Get ready for Shiva, which is near the end.
What's even the point when we both know Revenant Wings is gonna win?
Right. We'll see.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay, so
here's the one more thing I'll say. We've briefly discussed this in passing before. Like the source of this stream was just, I think during one of those Final Fantasy 16 calls we mentioned, we started talking about like, oh yeah, what's our favorite version of each summon? And then we started Googling it, and literally Revenant Wings Shiva was the source of where all of this came from. When we went, wow, this is a weird fucking design.
It
and
is.
then kept Googling and found, oh, there's a lot of weird ass designs none of us know about.
Exactly. Okay. So on the mobile here, honestly, the one in the top right, I think it's from
that's the Opera Omnia one.
That's the Opera Omnia one. Okay.
Yeah.
I really like that one.
Maybe, yeah, and again, Casher and Shill, it's just because it looks like the Amano art.
Yeah. And then more spin-offs. On the right,
and that middle one is Ashley WarioWare. That's just Ashley WarioWare.
That's true. So you can probably guess the 2 on the right, those are Ivalice related games.
Bottom left looks like Golden Sun.
Bottom left, that is from one of the PS1 Chocobo games.
Okay, I think those were not like made by Camelot, but like a similar team.
Right. So anyways, out of all the Sylphs, which one is your favorite?
Could you show me the previous page again?
This one?
I honestly, like, I kind of like the bottom right one, but that looks like it's because they'd be a full-fledged character in a different game. I think my baseline favorite, I'm definitely going to show some 14 bias sometimes. I like the 14 ones, just because, like,
Really?
it's not just, like, girl.
Okay.
It looks like a being of nature, but also I am madly biased.
Okay, I'm going to pick the one that looks like girl and say the one in Opera Omnia, so the top right with the blue look. And yeah, it probably is because it looks the most Amano-ish. I don't think Amano designed Sylph at all, actually, because I didn't find Amano art for it.
No, because go back 3 slides.
Oh, that's right. He did. I put it in. I'm dumb.
And that is literally blatantly just what the art is referencing.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so now we're getting to Siren. Now this art here, Siren has 2 summonable appearances, 6 and 8. They could not look any more different. But this one, Brendan, do you want to tell me what that art is from?
I gotta be honest, it looks like Rule 63 Emperor.
Okay, that's from 5, because Siren initially appeared as a boss in 5. And it's fine in 5. It's neat enough. The 6 design, it's really just white chick. I really have
Leonardo and asked for Sylph. Why did the rightmost Sylph design on the last page look like it came out of a D&D game? Which one was that?
I believe he means that one.
Oh yeah, I think that's like A2.
No, that would be from Tactics 1.
Again, that actually explains it because it has like the cool like. No,
Yeah.
it's just because the artist likes having like those designs.
Yeah, the artist for Tactics 1, all of them are going to look like that, kind of really like drawn on a papery.
And again, the middle one is just Ashley WarioWare.
Right. So between 5
Also,
and
man,
6 here.
I can't believe they censored fucking Siren SMH.
Yep, I made sure to show.
God forbid women do fucking anything.
I know, can't a woman I'm not saying that.
So go on, Roman. No one close to you is going to be watching this and judging your every word.
I won't. Anyways, between these two, I kind of like the 5 one more because the 1 in 6 is just a
Yeah.
white chick, while the 1 in 5 is a white chick with a fancy outfit.
No,
Anyways, then there's 8.
The one in 6 also like. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like Sylph is going to be to an early lead for me just because I really like the 8 design.
No, yeah, 8 is just so much better than those. It's got the heart.
I think like. Yeah, I think that's the thing is like it looks like a siren. Like that's the thing with like the other one that's missing is the siren has to have like some type of avian or mermaid like features. That's what a siren is.
Right. Well, like 5 and 6, it doesn't. Well, here in 8, it's got the wings, the harp, and I think it also helps that it is clearly just Tetsuya Nomura designed a human and also made them a summon, and I like
God,
Tetsuya
truly,
Nomura designs.
and it's also just from like the peak Nomura design era.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like it's just good Nomura. Anyways, spin-offs. Oh wait, sorry, no. First of all, the 1 in 11, which is a boss fight. It's fine. It seems like it's mostly based on the one from 8, but a little dirtier.
The people deserve an answer. I will be honest, there's enough delay between what Roman and I are talking about in the stream. I have no idea what the people deserve an answer is meant to be.
Whatever I was about to say about women and their right.
That's what I was thinking too, Roman. You do have to say it. I'm kidding. You don't. Please don't. It would probably be unfunny and misogynistic.
Women have a right to shake their ass. There we go. I changed it to be pro.
Thank you, white man.
Pro women, exactly.
Thank you, white man.
Anyways, on this slide, we have one from 11. It's clearly like an eviler boss form of the one from 8. I want to stress neither of us have played 11.
We've discussed playing 11, and then we remember that requires playing 11, and we stop.
You know, like paying a subscription for
and playing 11.
If we ever play 11, it would probably be both of us getting a month and then cramming as much hours into it as possible. And then right under the one from 11...
That would be for Roman's dedicated, I tried the Final Fantasy MMOs, here's what I thought video.
Yeah, exactly.
That is not actually happening. Please don't actually think that's a thing he has planned at all. Right. That will never happen.
It will.
I will bully him into playing 14 one day, but that video will not happen.
Exactly. Anyways, the one under 11, we have Siren from Final Fantasy 13, which is technically in Final Fantasy 13. This is a creature that you can see in one cutscene and on one statue in Final Fantasy 13. Please get ready for these long-running summons to have little notice at all in 13. Anyways, here's the one in 14. I think it's pretty neat.
This design goes way too hard to be a boss of a single player fight and a final boss of a dungeon from the first fucking update.
Really, that's it? I thought it looked pretty cool, but that's disappointing.
No, it goes so goddamn hard for a boss you only see twice.
Rip. Anyways, mobile appearances. We have another woman.
One of them is optional.
Anyways, we have another.
Hey, spot the Vanillaware artist. You'll never guess which one is the Vanillaware artist.
Is it the middle one?
Yes, it is. I'm glad you noticed.
I did it. Of these, the top left is kind of fun.
I was thinking I like the top right, but again, that's just because it's just the 8 design. It's
just the 8 design.
Like let's just say this right now. We probably have another page left after this. 8 wins, right?
Yeah, 8 wins. You can go ahead and.
I'm just gonna note that down already.
Yeah, just go ahead and note down. Now, we'll go through. Here's some cards for Siren. I don't remember which card games in particular they were for.
I'm pretty sure the one on the right is Mobius, because that's like the Mobius designs.
I kind of like the one on the far left, but it also is just the one from 8 with longer hair.
The one in the middle ain't even fucking Siren. No, that's a goth chick. That's just a goth chick. That's just a chick that's goth.
Exactly. Then here's Revenant Wings and World of FF.
The Revenant Wings design is truly the most Zelda looking fucking siren design. Holy shit. It's just a fairy from Wind Waker.
It really is. The
And
one
right
from
is World of FF.
it is
Or
just the one from 8, but with more clothes on because it was aimed at a
because
younger
this
audience.
game was meant for 10-year-olds and kicks my ass.
I don't know why it's so hard, but we'll get to that later. So anyways, we agreed it's 8 for, Siren. We will,
Yeah, I will say 14 is a very, very close second for me.
yeah, we'll review all of them at the end. Anyways, Golem, we're gonna have to blaze through this one because Golem, while being only summonable in 5 and 6, which was a big fucking shocker to me, is in a lot of games. Mostly as an enemy. It was an enemy in 1 and 2. I hate the
Nice.
look in
He comes
2.
in cherry and blue raspberry. Fuck yeah.
Well, because in 1 and 2, there's a bunch of different colors for him. I put in all of their various sprites from each version, mainly because what the fuck is the PSP ones? It's something. Anyways, they're also an enemy type in 4. But then 5 and 6 are when they are summonable. I love the look in 6. It just matches 6's story so well. It's the little mechanical man. I think he's cool.
Diet Robo. Next question.
Then we have 7, which is Big Robo, which I forgot was in 7. And then for the sake of fitting it in here, skipping a little bit, there's a spin-off appearance for Crystal Chronicles. I love the Crystal Chronicles boss. I think it's cool.
If you want to learn more about Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, then check out the video by NovaZone.
Yeah. I don't think I talk about that boss.
You don't, but if you want to know more about Crystal Chronicles, you should watch the NovaZone video.
Yeah, and then in Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time, the third console game in the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles series, which you can hear more about on the YouTube channel NovaZone, youtube.com/c/NovaZone TV.
Now, Roman, no one likes a shell.
Fuck you. So do you see the little mask dudes next to Larketius and his buddy that I forgot the name of already?
Yeah, the Uke TM.
Yeah. Those are technically called golems. They are the general mook of the game. They're fine. So far for me, I think my favorite is 6 or the Crystal Chronicles 1 boss. It's kind of close.
I'm holding off judgment until I see them all, because right now this is like when you see all the jokes about like who teenage girls on Twitter are standing right now, and you look it up and it's just like the same white dude.
Okay,
it's like that right now.
Anyways, there's that boss from 9. There's an enemy from 11, which is neat.
That design goes hard, but isn't a golem.
It is not a golem. There's an enemy from 13, which is not even a rock. It's a mechanical being.
That's Colossus.
I see there's a boss.
And then
from
the 14 one is there's many golem bosses. Some of them are also other things.
Yeah, I noticed that. I decided to choose the one that was the rockiest looking.
It's got cat ears though for some reason.
Cat
I don't
rock.
know why that one has cat ears.
Peak.
Yes, it is a peak. It is many rocks.
Exactly. I feel like, okay, the one from 14, it kind of reminds me of the one from Crystal Chronicles, but an actual rock rather than a robot.
That's like,
anyways, here's
like
Ivalice.
I think that's just the 14 bias showing. Wow, that 1 second from the top left is just fucking SMT Earthus.
Yeah, so Ivalice has
but
a bunch
with
of
legs.
them. I think out of these, so the one from regular tactics, which is bottom, middle, if we're going from the far left, 3 over, I think that's my favorite of the Ivalice ones, because it reminds me of Vivi, but rock formed. Do you get what I mean by that?
Yeah. Also, the bottom left just looks like fucking Alexander on keto.
Yeah. And then the one, I will not show many of these because it wasn't applicable, but the one above the one from Tactics, that is from Vagrant Story. I am not counting any, for the most part, you're not going to see anything from Vagrant Story, Bravely Default, or Bahamut Lagoon, any of that shit, because it took me long enough as is to make this PowerPoint.
No, the thing is, we originally were gonna like wait a few more days, and then it's like I had an opportunity, and we wouldn't have another opportunity for a while, so we kind of had to speedrun this shit.
Okay, Brendan, tell me how you feel about these. So 3 rocks, right? Yeah, that's pretty fine. Mm-hmm. And there's 4 Heroes of Light in the top right.
That's a KH Heartless. Like literally, I was playing KH 3 last night. That was one of the Heartless I fought.
Here's some card. Wait, no, not cards. The one in the middle is from Type Zero. The other two are cards. The Type Zero one's actually
That one in
interesting.
the that one in the middle is from Raid Shadow Legends.
I don't like it any. I was going to say I like it. Now I don't. Here's the one from Chocobo, which looks like the golem
The
from Dragon
creature.
Quest.
The creature.
This is just the one from Dragon Quest, but like if he didn't shower.
I love the spike wrist. I love the spike wrist. I love
Is that the
him,
last one?
bro.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
the
my
last
new
one.
best friend.
Yeah. So, anyways,
Also, I love the big label of Chocobo that just makes it look like you've really mislabeled this slide.
no, this is from the Chocobo spin-off games.
This is Diogenes's Chocobo when you call it like a featherless biped. Behold the Chocobo.
So, anyways, you know what? Because I don't have any other chance to be a chill about it, I'm gonna say Crystal Chronicles is my favorite golem. What's yours?
I already forgot what half of him looks like. I'm gonna go
Well, yeah.
back to 14 bias.
Okay. Going through real quick.
Like, yeah, I'm gonna stick with 14.
Okay, you go with 14. I'll do Crystal Chronicles. Next, we have Fenrir, who first appeared in Final Fantasy VI. In Final Fantasy VI, he was a wolf. There is nothing really that special about him besides being a wolf.
God, Roman, I really wish we had Advent Children. You just had a picture of the fucking motorcycle.
Right, now also in Fenrir appears nowhere within the game of Final Fantasy VII, but apparently this wolf is named Fenrir. This wolf is from Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children, sure, why not?
Yeah, but also, like, wasn't that the name of, like, his motorcycle, too?
It was like the name of his motorcycle, and I think the name
And,
of
the name of the keychain.
the keychain on his motorcycle, the name of the keyblade he gives Sora in Kingdom Hearts 1. Where did they get the word?
No. Oh my god, that was the one from
No, from 2, from 2. KH2 was Fenrir,
god,
sorry.
it looks like fucking motorcycle keys.
It does.
Oh my god, it just clicked.
That's right, KH1 was Metal Chocobo.
Just like the keys in my car.
Yeah. So I don't know why Advent Children and everything around it, they decided to associate Cloud with Fenrir so heavily when Fenrir had...
he's a lone wolf.
Oh, yeah, of course, sure. Yeah, whatever.
That's literally it.
Anyways, moving on. Nine has a very high chance of winning. I think this is so cool. He has the mane, the long tail. His actual summon, I had to go and get a little screenshot of it because I just love when he's like showing up in front of the moon. It's so raw.
And then 14's Fenrir.
He's so mysterious. Well, first of all, we have an enemy from 10, which is named Fenrir.
Wow, that is a red dog. That dog is
a
red.
Red dog, and it shares that exact model, not even recolored, with another enemy in 10. Then there's an enemy from 11 named Fenrir, or maybe it was a boss or a mount. I forgot. I should have labeled it. Neither of us have played 11.
It's been infected by the purple.
And here's a fucking boss in 12 with nothing to do with wolves.
That's Byako.
I don't know.
That's not a Fenrir. That's a Byako.
Byako.
Fuck you.
It does not look.
That's a fucking Byako.
Fenrir itself, like what it's based on, is a wolf-related thing, so I don't know why they took...
No, that literally looks like it was probably called Byako in, like, Japanese. I mean, it probably wasn't. It was probably still called Fenrir. But that looks like they thought, oh, no one knows what this is, but people do know what a Fenrir is.
This has nothing to do with Fenrir. I don't know what they were doing here, but that's the guy.
You can just call me by my name.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know if you...
No, I did. Don't worry. Everyone else will too in a moment.
Oh, okay, cool. I was checking the stream on a tab. Okay, anyways. Now we have 14. It's fine. The
14 boss is neat.
It's fine. Now 16, we got the goodest boy over here, but I don't think of him as Fenrir, which is why...
That's the thing. Also, the design is neat, but at the end of the day, that's just Torgal's Devil Trigger. That's not Fenrir.
Right. Like, I never call that Fenrir or think of him as Fenrir. I think of him as Torgal, and I like Torgal. I don't like Torgal because he's Fenrir.
It's like when Clive activates Limit Break. I don't think that's Ifrit. I think that's Clive using his Devil Trigger.
Exactly. Anyways,
it's the same thing for Torgal.
Let's get going. Spin-off. Really nothing that interesting for Fenrir in spin-offs. It's a wolf. Maybe he has some ice on him. There's a wolf with sometimes more ice than others. There's a wolf Yeah, that is literally it for Fenrir. Are we both in
9.
agreement? 9. Yeah, 9. And after that we have Diablos. So technically, Diablos is one of the weird edge cases because he is summonable in 8, 11, and the Game Boy Advance version of 6. Final Fantasy VI is the only one where on re-releases they added summons, and I made the decision that I wouldn't count it. But the only thing that really did by not counting it is made it where Diablos goes in the 2 appearances section rather than the reoccurring section. That is the only change it makes. So it's not like it was that important of a decision.
Also, let's be honest, Diabolos is too cool to not talk about.
Right.
Absolutely. Like, how has this thing only been in 2 games?
Exactly.
This thing is so cool.
And either way, his sprite in 6 is pretty much just his 8 design. So let's just get to there. Here is Diablos in 8. It is so cool.
God, they gave him a play arts?
They did.
When did they give him a play arts?
I wanted to put that in just so you'd see it. Yeah, so like the art by Nomura there, the way his wings are, his posing, it's so cool. And like, remember
so cool the dude made it into fucking Opera Omnia. Like,
oh, don't we'll get there. But also like, if you recall the way you get him, it's like you can get him near the start of the game. But the way it worked was when you first leave like the home base, like your starter village sort of area, the Cid of the game hands you a magic lamp and says, "Hey, Squall, you're really cool. I like you. Here's this. If you rub the magic lamp, but be safe before you rub it, maybe you'll get something cool, but be safe when you rub the lamp." And then you choose when to rub that little lamp. And when you do, you get to fight Diablos. And if you beat him, he becomes your GF, which I think a lot of people
like the idea of a school principal telling a high schooler to rub his lamp to get a GF.
Exactly. So
anyway, moving on to the next slide.
So you can get him at the start of the game, or you can wait a long time. When I played 8 recently for the first time, I got him almost as soon as I could. Anyways,
literally every guy just tells you get it. Wow, look, it's the 8 design again. Wow.
No. If you look closely, I think. Did they really not change it? Yeah, the one in 11 is basically just the 8 design.
They really just struck gold the first time.
They were like, you know what? Let's just not fuck with this. I thought, okay, so the one, do you see the left concept art? Keep in mind, neither of us have played 11. I thought they made it where he was like, he only had like one wing, like a Sephiroth type thing, and now I'm realizing, no, that's just a weird concept art, because also in this one, he only has one wing. But, yeah, either way, it's just the same look. Then to 12, whatever the fuck this is.
I love how the one on the left is an imp, and the one on the right is just something you'd see on somebody's fur affinity page. I gotta be honest. 8's gonna win, but like that design's pretty good.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Like that is a very good boss of an enemy faction that just happens to be a Revenant Wing summon.
Yeah, the one on the right is Revenant Wings, the one on the left is regular 12. I don't know. Let's just move on. Anyways, here's a fuck ton of cut shit from Final Fantasy 13. If anyone wants to, I don't know.
This looks like it would go so fucking hard.
Sorry, Brennan, it's not that this would go so hard. It's that any of these, like, 10 designs would have gone hard.
Instead, we got Hecaton Kyrus.
None of these made it in the game.
Favorite Hecaton Kyrus.
None of these are in Final Fantasy 13. I don't know why they went through so many designs for Diablos just to not use any of them.
Say, I love the fact that, like, for some reason they were almost going to go for the axe that's also a flaming guitar.
It's so cool. It makes him look so Oonga Boonga caveman-y, and I love it.
Well, like, honestly, this would have worked better for Snow than Shiva.
Yes, but his name is Snow, like...
yeah, and he's, like, themed after light, but also he's... Okay, this would be 13-2 Snow's idol.
Oh, yeah, that would be something.
Or my bad, Lightning Returns is.
That's right, that's where he got all emo and shit.
Where he's just a fucking edgy, cynical shithead who just wants to fucking Dionysus is the end of days away.
Exactly, okay, next up... 14, I had never seen this before, but that one on the right is so raw. It reminds me of the final boss from Kingdom Distance.
Hold
Um,
up, I think that maybe from the Endwalker raid series. I gotta be honest, I haven't actually finished that yet. I stopped playing Endwalker relatively early into its lifespan.
oh, whoops. Anyways, that's something I saw when I Googled 14, and I thought that is the coolest fucking thing ever. The regular
That's really
14 look
cool.
for Diablos is about the same as the 8 one with more detail.
Uh,
Um, the one on the right, it looks like, do you remember the final Ansem fight in Dream Drop Distance where he has the big ball beneath him? If you don't remember it, you can, I'm not going to show that video.
oh no, he was the
Everyone's seen
final
it.
boss of the Heaven's Word Alliance raids. That's right. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
hold up, I zoned out. What was that you're not going to talk about?
Watching NovaZone's Kingdom Hearts retrospective because everyone's seen it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, everyone's seen it.
Because we all know that Diablos made the iconic but Bahamut wasn't able to make it into Kingdom Hearts 1, but Diablo sure did it as a gummy ship.
Wait, did he?
Yeah, no, in KH1 there's the Diablos gummy ship.
That's right. There's so many gummy ships, and I like never pay attention to them.
Could you imagine how much different Kingdom Hearts would have been if they let the dude be a Diablos be a, not Bahamut let Bahamut be a summon. Sorry, full honesty, I am playing Final Fantasy 14 on the side while we're doing
Of course you are. Anyways, here's Type Zero's. It's literally just the one from 8 again, but if you look close, I swear to God, the concept art for Type Zero. Do you see the one on the far right? It looks like they just took Nomura's art and tweaked it.
Yeah, because that's the Opera Omnia art.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what they did for all the Opera Omnia summons. Is they just took the official art and then like made it in the style.
Yeah.
Bottom left goes unfathomably hard.
It does.
Holy shit.
I believe that's from Dimensions.
That's like the Dimensions like upgraded like
yeah.
5-star SSR.
As you can expect, I do not put in every single level of every single dimension summon because this.
You literally just did for Fenrir because like you didn't have anything else to put
I
on
had
that
so
slide.
little put in for Fenrir. Anyways, here's some of his other appearances. Like, I don't remember what that top left is. You know what? That's from Explorers. Explorers has some weird ones.
What? Let's like. Oh no, bottom left is Opera Omnia.
Yeah. No. This one was Type 0. Everything on this screen is Type 0. But yeah, still, it's pretty much just Nomura's unchanged.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's it for Diablos. He really just never changed. It's just 8. 8's the winner for Diablos. Oh wait, and there's his cards. I think these are really raw, but it is still just the 8 design. Anyways, now we're up to recurring summons. That's it for all the 2 appearances. You ready for this, Brendan? These are the guys who
Roman, how large is your lean folder?
Not as
Roman. When is the Exploring Romans lean folder stream?
Never.
Like the funny thing is, he had a little phase where he just shared lean memes obsessively.
But it was before
these ones. These are new memes to his collection.
No. These are the old ones before the lean meme became a big old meme. But because once it became too big, it became different. Anyways, recurring summons. Carbuncle. He debuted in 5.
In the wise words of a man with a pocket protector that Dan Olson just made a video on, what the fuck were they thinking?
Oh wait, someone who played 14 said the Mech Diablos
from Boja. Okay, yeah, I gotta be honest, I never did Boja because I thought it was just Eureka again, but also worse because some people tried to pretend it was good.
Okay, so weirdly
I don't
enough,
like Boja.
Really? Okay, so weirdly enough, I think this is the first public concept art for Carbuncle because
that's the thing. Like, there has to be a story behind this. This doesn't just happen,
right? Because this was made for the anthology version of Final Fantasy V, and it's so goofy.
They had the sprite to go on,
right? But they still chose to do this.
Like legitimately, like what the fuck are those? What are those?
Because Final Fantasy V Anthology came out. I'm gonna say why I think they went with this, but we'll have to get to the spin-offs first. This released in between 7 and 8. Even though Carbuncle was already in 5 and 6, they went with this for the 5 remake. Or not remake, just the port to PS1 that sucked ass. Anyways, let's get going with it. So Carbuncle in 5, he was initially a boss, and if you beat the Carbuncle boss, he became a summon. And I really like in 5 how it goes from the super menacing roar type of guy, and then it becomes the cute little boy that hangs out with you.
Also, I'm now seeing the FF5 boss. Okay, that's where they got Proto Carbuncle from for 14.
Yeah. And then 6, he really went unchanged besides being blue. I'm Well, it's weird. It's blue in the main part of the game. Sonic looking. Oh,
Oh yeah, the funny Tims. There we go.
yeah.
Took me a sec.
So like the overworld sprite for Carbuncle is green, but the in-game battle one is blue. So for the most part, it's the same. Now we're getting to 8. I love the 8 Carbuncle. He's just a funny looking guy, and he does this solar flare, and I love him.
Like honestly, the 8 one is kind of like the standard for carbuncles going forward, because before they kind of had that like weird alien look. 8 is kind of where they start to become more like little fellas.
Right, like this is just, it looks like a plushie. This is without a doubt a Carbuncle plush that you could give to your little niece and they'd be happy about it. While like here it was like, I guess more fetus looking, if you get what I mean.
I was gonna say that looks like the fucking final boss of Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Like,
yeah, Carbuncle before was, I feel like he was meant to look more uncomfortable, and then I decided, no, let's just make him a cute little boy. And then 9, I don't like it as much as 8. I think it's funny. I think the concept art looks worse than in game, where in game he's still pretty goofy. But I think there's
you want to know what that dude looks like? The concept art.
What?
You remember those like weird tiger dudes from 8?
Oh, the Moombas.
Yeah.
It does look like a green Moomba, yeah. My issue with this one is I don't like that there's a defined chest. I like,
again, this has furry OC proportions,
right?
And
well,
this is
this
not
one,
like a haha. This is not a haha furry bad. This is a haha. This carbuncle design makes me uncomfortable.
yeah, I like this one where it's just a rabbit with a funny head and a funny tail. And it was only have 11. This is just a ferret.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when we get to the 14 one, they essentially just took this and made it.
And here's something in 13 that barely appears, so little it's in one tiny little scene where most of the recurring summons go, and they're just a little hologram that shows up on screen.
Isn't that the scene in 13 right before Saz tries to kill himself?
Not right before, but if not far from it, there is a Carbuncle doll.
Because I always remember the tonal whiplash between, wow, look, Saz, we're at the fun carnival. And then Saz is just busy still being really depressed because that's Saz's whole character.
Because that's
the depressed funny man.
That's like close to where you stopped with 13, right?
I stopped literally right before the final boss, apparently.
Okay.
Or not the final boss, but I stopped like right. I got walled by the first fight against the Pope.
Anyways, I have to wonder if this was more important at one point. Either way, I don't like Carbuncle wearing clothes.
Honestly, the thing that's getting me more isn't the clothes; it's the weird fucking Piero makeup. Because that's not a mask. That's like looks like makeup.
No. It looks like a mask. Look at the 3D model in the bottom left and the concept art. It is a mask, but then on the doll, it's not. But yeah.
Okay, but I guess not the doll. It's a doll. I don't know. I'm most fine with the doll.
Yeah, I'm most fine with the doll. I do not like the actual design. That one's not winning.
And now hold up. Here's the fella.
That is a fella from 14. I read
and he
that
comes in fucking 6 flavors.
Yeah, I noticed.
You can pick your favorite flavor of Carbuncle. I love them.
I actually
like straight the fuck up. When I was first getting into Final Fantasy 14, I got a shirt from the Yeti that was just like the 14 Carbuncle design. Mm-hmm. Straight up, that was like my favorite shirt for a long ass time. I only stopped wearing it because I literally wore it so much it got a hole in it. I love the 14 design.
But you like washed it in between when you wore it, right?
No, I was a stinky boy.
He's joking. He's joking.
I absolutely washed it.
Okay.
But you asked me a dumb shit question like that. I'm going to give you a dumb shit answer.
I actually like the one in 14, even though I haven't played it. Not as much as 8, but I think it's cool. He's a cute little guy. And there's like a mountable Carbuncle, right?
Yes, it is literally such a good design that you can pay to have a mount of it. Because the way the Carbuncle works is the Carbuncle is the summoner's base summon. Like pretty much how it works is they changed it slightly in Endwalker, but the gist is still the same. Pretty much you get the Carbuncle when you're starting off as like, oh, this is like the basic ethereal summon. And then later on when you become a summoner, you replace it with the eggies of the other summons.
Okay. All right, so then we got the 15. Another that I haven't played, but I really like the
It's
15
fine.
Carbuncle. It's not a favorite.
It's a fucking chinchilla fennec fox they put a horn on. Like it's
It's
fine.
I think it's an interesting, different choice to make. It's better than most the 15 summons.
It's better than 9. It's better than 9.
Yeah, it's better than 9. And then also, weirdly enough, down there in the bottom, that is from Final Fantasy 15 Episode Carbuncle, which was a little gag manga that I learned about while doing research. It is just the
They
little.
have Kenny. They have Kenny. It has Kenny.
Yeah, it's just whatever that is. I thought it was
Genuinely
cute.
wish like there could have been a Yuzora ass super boss to 15 where you fight Omega Kenny.
And then here's the Evilise designs. So, anyways, this is where I think they got the
That's a
the
Metroid boss. Those are Metroid bosses in the top left.
I think this is where they got the anthology design from, like the scaly looking carbuncle. Because
But where did they get the Tims and the leather gloves?
I
though?
don't know that part. The demo guy that never gets used. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
like technically, that's the thing. If you played the demo, I'm pretty sure the game let you summon Carbuncle. Like it became like a summon on your rotation, but like it never showed up. And again, it's only if you played the limited time demo that got delisted at some point.
Right. So anyways,
and all it did was like give you a full heal mid fight if you died sometimes.
That's
occasionally.
it. That's lame.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it was meant to be like, oh, you played the demo. Here's like a Kupo coin.
Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, I think this might be where they got the scaly look for the anthology Carbuncle. Still no clue about the shoes and the gloves, but I guess is where they got the
bottom
scaly.
left is Cube Madoka.
Yeah, I forgot the specifics on these. I know. So on the right, obviously, that is the Revenant Wings version, which is a funny. Now that I look at it, it kind of reminds me of Gur from Invaders.
The thing is, like, I think it's literally supposed to be like a dark imp creature, but in like a funny little carbuncle suit, because it literally looks like it has a zipper.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. He's like wearing a little suit, which I think is a cute idea. The ones on the left, I believe, one of those is from Tactics, and the other is from the PSP remake of Tactics. I believe the bottom one is from the PSP version, or it might have been from Advance. I forgot, honestly. Anything from Evilise, I just lumped in here.
Yeah, I'll just say Roman and I cumulatively have barely any experience with Evilise.
Yeah.
I have played 12 a couple of times when I was like 14 and don't remember any of it anymore.
I played like 20 hours of 12 on the PS2 when that version was relevant, so yeah. Any tactic stuff, we're kind of just going by vibes on their look. Anyways, here's the spin-off carbuncles. There's a fuck ton of them. We'll just go through them because
there's a shiny Eevee.
Yep. For the most part, they are just pretty similar to their main looks. Out of these, coolest one is, I don't know, top left, but it's just the one from 11, I guess. Now that I look at most of these are just the ones from 11.
Right. Yeah, I think most of them are just the one from 11, and then once 14 came out, the ones from 14. Top right's just a fucking weasel, though.
Anyways, here's the weirder spin-offs. Top left, that is from Chocobo Racing.
That's a Moogle. Why is there a Moogle here? Get that fucking Moogle off the screen. We agreed we weren't doing Moogle.
Doesn't Carbuncle resurrect you if you die in easy mode on 15?
I don't think it's when you die in easy mode. I think it's when you die in the overworld. Because I remember I played on the normal mode and I still got Carbuncle once or twice. Maybe they changed it when they realized that maybe locking a summon behind a fucking limited time delisted demo may have been a bad idea. Especially when they ported the game to PC where you literally cannot have the summon otherwise. I don't know. I only played on the original PS4 version.
Yeah. Okay, so top right, I don't remember exactly what that's from. It must have been a mobile game, same as the bottom right.
I was gonna say it's either from a mobile game or it looks like it may also be from A2. Bottom right's a Neopet.
Shit, you're right. That is a Neopet. The top left two, those are from Chocobo games. Like the card is from Chocobo on DS. Chocobo.
Actually, looking at it, bottom right is clearly supposed to be like an art version of the middle left.
Those are from the same one. I just didn't put them next to each other because it didn't fit right.
Oh. Well, that explains that.
I was just trying to fill the screen. Now
something about it looks really bad to me on the bottom right.
Now let's focus on the one to the far bottom left. That is from 4 Heroes of Light, and I don't know what the fuck they're going for with that, because it's not Carbuncle.
Whoa, the new Colossi in Chimecha looks really cool. Can't wait for Legend Z to A.
Exactly. I kind of like the. Do you see the card one that's yellow? That is from Chocobo
Yeah.
Fables. I kind of like that look. There was
Oh, yeah, and
no
it's very Neopetsy. I like it. Like bottom right is old Neopets. Top middle is when they consolidated all the designs.
right. The only
They're both
problem is it
Neopets.
only deals 2 damage. But if you do the CP crush, it destroy all crystals of the most abundant color. And I don't remember how that game worked.
I wish I could crush all CP.
Here's some more spin-offs, mainly just World of FF. I'm not into the World of FF design.
I'm not either. The thing is there's too many there's too many carbuncles that just look like they're trying to do like
A different
fucking
thing.
they're trying to do like make the carbuncle cuter and more mascotty, and they just make Moogles again.
Right.
They just make worse Moogles.
Anyways, here's the one from Crystal Chronicles.
Oh God!
As I
The
said in the video,
creature.
as I said in my big old Crystal Chronicles video, I don't know what the fuck is up with this guy, but
Y'all cannot see this, but Roman's profile picture on actually you can see it right now if you join the NovaZone
don't
Discord.
shut up. That doesn't exist. It's only for
But
patrons.
also, Roman's profile picture on Discord for the past
3 months.
since when he started recording for the Crystal Chronicles project. But no, it's been longer than 3 months. Roman. Like
No, because
longer.
it was when I uploaded the second video, or a little before I uploaded the second video.
Was it? I thought it was it was because you switched it to that.
Yeah.
Then you switched it off to something else. Then you went to Goku when Toriyama died, and then you went back to that after the second one dropped.
That's right. Yeah. So I had.
But yeah, no, it's been carbuncle, but the deal with its sunglasses have been photoshopped onto it.
Yeah. I love this design. It's not a favorite. I don't look at it and
It's
scream,
just
that's
like-
carbuncle.
So something I actually love is how they did the crystal in the head thing. How instead it has like the antenna kind of holding a crystal above its head. That's really good. That's
Actually, one thing that's
really
even
good.
cooler that I didn't notice until I finished the second video, so I couldn't really mention it. In Ring of Fates, he has the blue crystal, and keep in mind, there's no problem with crystals in the world during the time of Ring of Fates, really. But when you get to the original game, after the crystal has been broken, his crystal turns to red, which in the Crystal Chronicles universe indicates something bad.
Artificial crystal.
Hmm?
Yeah.
The Great
Oh,
Crystal.
I was thinking like artificial crystal because like I don't know. I watched your Crystal Bears video, so I was like, oh, Jegrin, red crystals.
Yeah. I don't know, because he's not in no carbuncle and crystal bears, but that would be a way to look at it. But either way, favorite, I'm gonna have to go with 8. I really love the 8.
I'm gonna go with 14.
Okay, I
Like
figured
it's
you would.
easy 14.
I figured.
Like, that
Oh
is
wait,
absolutely
we
14,
forgot 7 remake carbuncle.
It's okay. I think Square Enix would rather forget that one too.
I don't like it. Yeah.
Where do you work out? At the library.
Anyways, I know what you. I don't remember what this is from. It was in my folder.
Shiny Esper.
It made me uncomfortable when I saw the JPEG or PNG, but it exists.
Oh yeah, also Pedro was right. Yeah, because like Carbuncle was supposed to be like Noctis's imaginary friend, but also like it's also supposed to be like a real like guardian creature that his dad bestowed upon him or some shit. It's like it's badly mixing a metaphor and literalism, like most things in Final Fantasy 15.
Oh boy. Anyways, next one. We got Phoenix, who first debuted in Final Fantasy V. So in the
I'm
center,
assuming those are Mystic Quest sprites.
yes, those. Well, to be exact, those are the sprites of Hot Wings from Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, who in Japan was named Phoenix. But since the game was made for us intelligent Americans, I think that guy's name should be Hot Wings, which is why he won't be in the real part of Phoenix. But the weird thing about the center Phoenix art there is that is taken from a collection of, or the PS1 or GBA version of Final Fantasy 1. There's no Phoenix in FF1, so either that is a misplaced piece of artwork, or it was made for FF1, cut from FF1, and they never used it until 5. Now,
That's what I'd assume.
keep in mind, in most...
I'm assuming Amano has a ton of sketches laying around.
Oh, I am...
I actually have the Sky, like the Amano art collection.
Oh,
from
really?
1 through 6.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I can actually like browse through that, see if it says anything.
Either way, I wouldn't be shocked if he designed a different Phoenix when they got to 5, because, you know, just in general, in East Asian, Chinese-centric cultures, the Phoenix is a pretty big goddamn deal, so, you know, it was only a matter of time before they did it.
Man, be happy that we don't have the four lords on here. That would probably double the length because Roman would find a way to go on a journey to the west tangent.
Exactly. Anyways, in 5, it was just a burning thing. I could have sworn there was a real bird-looking phoenix in 5, but nope, I checked. It was just a bird-shaped flame. Um, I looked up, summoning videos and like when do you remember how you got Phoenix in 5 where it's like the dragon sacrifices herself and comes back as Phoenix because the Phoenix is reborn from the flames.
Yeah.
I could have sworn a real Phoenix bird showed up in that scene, but that didn't happen. It's just you get the little orb that says you gotta summon. And then when you summon up, it just flashes through the screen like that. I will say on the left is the Super NES version, on the right is the iOS version. I don't like the iOS version because I feel like if it's going to be just an idea of one, it should look a bit more vague, like the one on the left. Either way, not a big deal. Then we get from the one in 6, which is just a bird with hot wings. Both of these are fine. I think I like 5's a little more than 6's because 6's doesn't look fully fleshed out. I think because just the color limitations on Super Nintendo. And then 7. So I'm gonna
Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere.
now we're getting to places. Pretty much we're getting into the big boys of summons now. Which means we're also gonna have to go a little faster on a few of these.
Yeah, we've been kind of dawdling. I've been okay with that. You probably aren't.
Right, you stream more than me. I don't. So on the
It's
left,
hard to talk for a long period of time.
exactly. Oh wait, I just remembered I filled up my whole bottle of water earlier. Let me drink some of that.
Oh yeah, same here.
Mm-hmm. There we go. All right, so on this screen, one on the left, you can probably tell that is the Final Fantasy VII Phoenix. The one on the right, that is the 7 Rebirth Phoenix. The one at the bottom is the one in Crisis Core. I think between just these 3, actually, of all the ones we've gone through so far, the one in Crisis Core might be my favorite. None of these I feel like are quite the favorite Phoenix.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like Rebirth Phoenix is cool, but like it's got too much.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like,
It's just, even when I was fighting it in game, it just turned into a bird-shaped blob.
right.
And honestly, the 7 Rebirth almost looks like they were trying to merge it with Valifor.
Maybe. I feel like if we look, let's go back to 5 and 6. We can see in 6, when I look back at the sprite, I can kind of tell they were trying to do the bunch of colors. Because look at the blue on the collar and by the tail.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be like the colors of flames. Like, yeah, wow,
right.
cool.
And then 7, they got the idea of like, oh, let's put a bunch of colors on the Phoenix. And
they saw Ho-Oh and thought, we can do that. Except this came first, I think.
It did. Yeah, I think between just the 7 ones, I think I like Crisis Core the most. I know it's really just a higher definition version of 7, but
honestly, I gotta be honest, Phoenix is another one of the ones where they all blend together in my mind.
Yeah, Sam,
they're all just like the Firebird.
Yeah, anyways, let's blaze through 8, 9, 10.
Stay tuned for Leviathan.
Yeah, 8 and 9, it's just the one from 7. There's really no big difference. So we'll just blaze past that. Here's the one from Again, neither of us have played 11. I don't know what the fuck is up with the one from 11. The one on the left might be my favorite of the regular design, but what the shit is this Shin Megumi Tensei boy
the
over here?
The one on the right, I'm pretty sure is like one of the big boss characters.
This hat, I am sure that this must be an important part in Final Fantasy XI's narrative, but it looks like
Final Fantasy XI fans are in shambles hearing us say this, which is good because they're not actually here.
Exactly.
Because no one in Roman's age demographic has played it.
Exactly. But it looks like an SMT character, right? Like that is just.
Oh yeah.
That does not look Final Fantasy.
Yeah, hey, if there actually are any 11 players in chat that care to please explain this, please do.
Yeah.
We don't care about spoilers. Please do.
Like I said, I might do a little shortened version of this video later. And I'll add music in that version. Yeah, honestly, this might be my just the actual Phoenix part might be my favorite Phoenix so far.
The guy on the right looks like he'd have a Gak song in the background when you're citing him.
Exactly. Okay. Anyways, then here's 12 and a cut one from Type 0. I don't think the one from 12 is very good. It was a boss, I believe. The one from Type 0 is cut, so it's not a contender. I think it's neat, but I don't know. It's cut. Like
Jet wings.
Yeah. And here's a part of Final Fantasy 13 that was likely more important in an earlier draft of the script. So in Final
Take a
Fantasy
drink.
13, yep, take a drink, take a drink. Mm. So in Final Fantasy 13, there was two parts of the world. There was Pulse and there was Grand Pulse. Grand Pulse was this big, real, actual planet with monsters and living beings on it, while just regular old Pulse was a mechanical thingy that everyone lived on. And everyone on Pulse was like, "Oh, those on Grand Pulse are fucking savages. We hate them."
And
And
then that became Cocoon, I'm assuming.
yeah, and so up, and so that little land up there that was all mechanical and shit is kind of, sort of powered by Phoenix. They don't explain it too
I
well.
was just say, it looks like Phoenix is a fucking orbital laser.
It kind of is, but it's also like a power source. It's been so long since I played 13, and this is something that I think they say the sentences about Phoenix. I think it's like 3 sentences and then they're done. But basically, Phoenix being destroyed is kind of the catalyst of the end of 13. It's not very important. I really had to debate if I even put it on this little PowerPoint, but I decided to. Next slide. Um, Here's the 3 of the ones from 14 I saw. I don't know how many are in 14. You can correct me. I think it's fine. It's neat.
Yes, yeah, I've never been the biggest fan of the 14 Phoenix.
How many are in 14? Is this like all of them, or is there more?
There's more.
Okay.
Because there's also everyone's favorite.
Oh, and here's 16.
Phoenix.
Yep, here's the favorite one. This is the best Phoenix.
Man, I love birds. I love how you just have a picture of the baby, the truest monster. In
It is
16,
Phoenix, though.
The child model.
That is the rebirth of the Phoenix right there. So I didn't want to give away who the Phoenix is on this one, but anyways.
Okay. I'm not even gonna say, like, it's not even a spoiler, bro. This is literally the first thing you find out in the
Wait,
fucking
shit.
game.
That's right. I was there's like one summon or one Eidolon that I thought was a spoiler, but yeah, this one is Joshua. You find this at the start. No, the main reason I put the baby in there was so that you'd have to look at the baby.
It's so funny.
It's so stupid. This is my favorite Phoenix. It's just, especially when I see that art down there, like the crimson red and like the flowing tail.
You're going to be hearing us saying, "Wow, the 16 team did a really good job with this design." A lot.
Yeah, like I think both.
I think the worst either of us are going to say about a 16 design was it's a little bit too generic.
Maybe.
And that's probably gonna be the worst you're gonna hear us, Odin, mainly talking about Odin.
Oh, we'll get to Odin. He's second last. Anyways, yeah, 16 wins for Phoenix. You can go ahead and write that down. Let's get the spin-off appearances. That's right. Please look at the screen before you write that. What the fuck is this one? It is from Chocobo Dungeon, everybody. Why does it have a human
I'm glad we get
face?
to kill it.
I think it's a boss, but what the fuck is that? The rest of them, they're really just Flaming Bird. Here's some more. The world.
Also, I like the theater rhythm interpretation. Honestly, it's funny. The interpretations of the 7 design have consistently actually been better than the 7 design.
Yeah.
Because I think out of all the summons that got the theater rhythm treatment, Phoenix is my second favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Behind no spoilers, because we both already agree which Ifrit wins. Everyone who's watching this who knows about all the Ifrits know which one wins. 8 is going to be the close second, and the theater rhythm is just a good take on the 8 design.
Yeah. Spin-off ones, they're fine. I kind of like that World of FF one though. Like with the Hindu circle behind him, the Hindu halo.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
whatever.
like reincarnation. Yeah.
Anyways, so you already wrote down 16 wins for Phoenix.
Yeah. No,
right.
I said Phoenix. Joshua.
Anyways, now we're up to Alexander. Alexander, this is gonna be a tough one, honestly, for me. There's a lot of contenders.
I think easy one is us both going lock in. Haha, 9. But also, there's so many cool Alexander designs.
I can't
especially 14, where Alexander is not a summon. It is an entire category of boss fights.
Right. So, anyways,
there are theoretically 14 Alexanders.
Right. So let's go ahead and start here. First appeared in 6. And surprisingly, this is, I think, the one of the earliest summons that Nomura drew, because you can look, that's clearly not Amano's art, that is Nomura's artwork. You can kind of tell from the head. And I noticed I was talking to our other friend Joe about this earlier when he was fighting Alexander in Rebirth. He was doing the final dungeon. But you'll notice, I think the most difficult thing they had to figure out with Alexander is how much should he look like a castle and how much should he look like a knight?
Yeah.
And I think some games do it better than others. 6, honestly, if it is one of my favorites, just out the bat, I think it's got such vibrant colors. It really looks like out of any summon, they were trying to put as many pixels onto a sprite within Final Fantasy 6.
No, that sprite is absolutely gorgeous.
It's so good. The 1 in 7 looks like they tried to take that sprite and put it onto a PS1 in 1997, but they didn't know how to fucking do it yet.
I'm gonna say this: the Rebirth one, incredibly good model. They lost the color. They lost all the colors.
I'm not too into the Rebirth one. It's good on its own. It feels like it's not the 7 Alexander. It feels like there was like 4 other games of Alexander they made up before evolving into that, but none of the other Alexanders look like the one in Rebirth.
Yeah, it's like it's weird because like it doesn't look like a castle or a knight. It just looks like a crystal golem.
Yeah. One of these, definitely 6, but we're about to get even better because holy shit, the 1 in 8. I love this one so much. 8, honestly, across the board, if I don't pick something from 8 as a win, it's probably a second place. I'm gonna be honest.
Like you can really tell that like 8 was the game where they're like, okay, the summons are going to be a big focus of gameplay because like the worst 8 summons are at worst a bit too much of a clusterfuck.
Yeah, and
Eden, Pandemonium,
right,
pretty much just those two.
But we're not talking about those two today because they were only an 8.
Yeah,
it was.
God,
I love the 8's Alexander.
And I think this is the final inclusion that I think makes a good Alexander. It's castle, knight, and modern military artillery.
Yeah, it's so cool.
That is the third piece that makes an Alexander go from great to god tier. Is can it shoot lasers and rockets?
But it's not that it's shooting lasers, it's shooting holy lasers, because remember, it always has the holy elemental on it.
Yeah, because it's a paladin.
Exactly, and I really love
it's the Guardian, Alexander.
Like, this is definitely between 6, 7, 8. This is the winner of those 3. Too bad now
and we're only comparing those 3 because 9 wins.
I'm so close to saying 9. It's just it comes.
No, it is going to be spoilers. It is going to be a very, very close battle between 9 and 14 for me. It is pretty much going to be a battle of which of my children do I love more.
My only thing is maybe it goes a little too far on the castle part than the knight, but
but that's because it is. Yeah, it literally just is, and that's the best part.
I don't want to give it away for anyone that might have not played 9, but in the story, Alexander in 9 is so good. It's put in perfectly. And if you really think, if you ever stop and think, hey, where's Alexander when you're playing 9, you might figure out where it goes. But, man, I loved it. The scene when it first shows up and just...
No, it's good. Welcome to the 9 Appreciation Corner. We'll be your guides.
Right. Anyways, we have 11. It looks like an oil refinery.
Yeah, which makes sense because 11's going for the kind of like pseudo evolution, kind of down to earth.
Yeah, it's.
And now we get to the 9, one I think we're gonna have opinions on.
That's right, 13.
So okay, can we just agree right now? Fortress Alexander, kick ass. Human Alexander.
So I get the idea they're going for.
Interesting concept.
Going back to what I was saying about the knight versus the castle Alexander.
They couldn't decide either.
They decided, let's just make a knight Alexander, let's make a castle Alexander, but then they messed up the castle and made it a weird...
And they also messed up the knight.
Yeah, and I think it is a very neat concept.
Also, I gotta be honest, the art doesn't do it justice. I think Alexander 13 looks way... Honestly, that's probably gonna be true for most of the Eidolons. Like, it's kind of hard to really capture how good a lot of them look in art form.
It was very hard
which is weird, because that's, like, opposite of how it is for every other summon.
It was very difficult for me to make a slide for Alexander here from 13, because Alexander in motion within 13 looks really cool, which is shocking given the frame rate of the original release of the game.
Well, that's the thing is that Alexander kicks ass because the frame rate goes from double to single.
Right.
And now we get to the one where I'm going to have to do some Final Fantasy 14 lore explanation because that's the thing. Roman wanted as little outside input from me as possible.
Right. Now, you
But
did
that's
tell me.
difficult with 14 Alexander.
Now, Brandon, before we get there, just notice I want to appreciate that I have the little background there. You can, it's from Chrono Trigger. I like that game. It's one of my favorites of all time. Anyways, I changed it here. If you look closely in the back, Alexander is behind everything.
So the lore behind 14 Alexander is, I'm also going to explain like the basic behind a lot of the summons we'll be seeing for the rest of this stream here. So how the summons work in 14 for the most part, the boss forms, pretty much every one of like the races of like fantasy creatures, like the goblins, there's like the lizard people, like all of them, they have like a patron deity.
Mm-hmm.
And if they pray to the patron deity and offer it enough crystals, it comes to life and fucks shit up for them. That's what all of them are. That's why Ifrit looks like a lizard. That's why Garuda is a weird fucking lizard bird. Alexander is the one for the goblins.
Oh.
But less specifically the goblins. More specifically, the hyper-technologically advanced little tribe of goblins called the Illuminati.
Mm.
And they didn't just have a little patron deity. They had schematics for a time-traveling multiversal deity.
Okay.
That's also their mobile fortress. That's Alexander. So Alexander is a time-traveling mobile fortress god. So I love 14 Alexander on that premise alone.
Would you call him a super dimensional fortress?
I don't get that reference.
All right, in Macross, never mind. All right.
But yeah, so for what you have there, the top right is the Phase 1 Alexander design. The bottom left is Alexander Prime, which is pretty much like the final form Alexander fights you in. Because that's the thing is Alexander is not a fight in 14. It is an entire raid as you systematically deconstruct Alexander piece by piece by killing the individual mechanical components. So things you fight include the security system that is effectively just a walking murder robot. You fight liquid metal, which is effectively its blood.
Oh.
You fight a 5-piece combining robot called I believe it's Hyper Justice Mech. No, Brute Justice.
I kind of like the word you said first.
It does, in fact, have a remix of the Alexander theme that's based on Sentai themes. And then the final one you fight is you literally go into the AI brain of Alexander. That is Alexander Prime. That is the bottom left. That is more 14 lore than Roman wanted the stream to be, but I knew he'd get a kick out of me explaining Alexander because holy shit, it is the coolest idea 14 has had.
So cool. Okay, so spin-off Alexander's really so
they're okay. The other thing 8 has over the others, these are too busy.
Yeah, so first of all, I'll say this.
Too many pieces.
We're not going to say too many spin-offs here because a vast majority of spin-off Alexanders is just one of the other ones. Usually they take from 6 or 8. So I didn't include those images because this is when I think it was really late last night and I wanted to go to bed. And so of these, the most interesting, it's not a favorite, top left, that is from Dissidia NT. I think it's kind of an interesting like deal with the really lanky legs. For some reason, it gives me Howl's Moving Castle vibes, even though that's not at all what Howl's Castle looked like.
That's also probably vaguely intentional.
I'm sure.
Just because, influential piece of media.
Right. The bottom left, I believe most of these are from phone games. As anyone has noticed by now, if they're from a spinoff, I did not label them too well because most of the spinoffs are phone games and they weren't winning anyways. Let's see. And here's Santa. That's
what's top middle?
Top middle. I believe that is a Type 0 that never happened.
Sad, because that's actually one of my favorites.
It is really cool. It is mentioned in Type 0. It actually is important to the story of Type 0.
I love the castle bracelets.
Yeah, but I don't think it ever shows up. I want to be clear for anyone watching. I have started Type 0 like 3 or 4 times. I have never made it too far. because I think it's boring as shit. Sorry to Type Zero fans.
We've both tried Type Zero multiple times, and we both get hard walled by the first command mission because it's very boring and doesn't explain itself well.
I get it eventually, and I play through it. I'm not having an issue. I think it's a fine enough difficulty. The gameplay loop is okay. I'm just bored as shit with Type Zero whenever I try it. Anyways,
And it doesn't help. And it doesn't help that if you ever get interested, you have to kind of start like with that 5 minute cutscene of the dude fucking dying, which does a great job of setting the tone. It also does a great job of setting the gameplay tone of wow, this is much less dramatic than they think it is.
Water.
Show him the cutscene, Alexander. Someone please. In 14, I think we're already getting way too slow here.
Yeah, maybe
I think we need to keep moving.
Yeah, maybe at the end.
I'll just tell Roman, look up the many Alexander themes.
Oh wait, I think they someone in the Type Zero story. Just the cutscene. Yeah, near the end we might do the cutscene.
Also keep in mind there's a delay. I don't know if you're talking about 14 Type 0 or 9.
14.
I'm guessing 14.
Yeah. Okay, so now Garuda, who debuted in 3 technically.
Also, we just completely forgot. 8 wins for us, right?
Oh, for Alexander?
Yeah.
You mean 9?
9. Oh wait, 9? Oh, I thought you were gonna say 8. Honestly, I kind of like 8's a little bit more as a design. Not like that's the thing. 9 and 14 are amazing, but I think they're more amazing because of the context. 8 is just like cool.
Yeah.
So that's Roman FF9.
Oh, and Type Zero's cutscene. Oh, so I guess there is some kind of importance to Type Zero, Alexander.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I was like, I didn't think he was talking about 14.
Like 2 minutes?
Because that's part of the thing is with Alexander is like, because it is a time traveling mech, it doesn't really get summoned. It just kind of shows up one day.
Okay, wait, Brandon, can you look up the scene for that, and I'll pull it up once we're at a little break, because this is the last recurring one, and then I'll pull that up just to see it. Oh
yeah, before we get to like main stage.
Yeah, because after this is all the like 3 guys. So we'll go through Garuda, then I'll watch that scene to see what it is. All right. So here's the thing. Wait, did you put down 9 for me? Because I'm just gonna say 9 for Alexander. It's just I know we're mostly talking designs, but the story for 9 elevated it so much.
That's the thing. I would have picked 14 if we were talking solely context. Because again, also at the same time, I'm gonna send you a cutscene of Brute Justice.
Okay.
It's just because you specifically will get a kick out of it.
Okay. Well, after we get through Garuda, we'll watch both of those cutscenes.
No, I was gonna say that's for you. That's for like you after the stream is over.
Oh, okay. All right. So, anyways, Garuda. Weird thing. Garuda first appeared in Final Fantasy III, and we'll see the 3 design in a minute. But the Garuda that people would know today, that is in 14 and 16, first appeared in 11. So let's go through Garuda for a minute.
Actually, no, I'll save the 11 design.
Wait, and I will also say Garuda's summonable appearances is very small. It is 11, 15, and 14. And effectively, it is the only edge case where I ever had to think about how we count 16, but thankfully 15, 14, and 11 made it easier where I didn't have to. So anyways, the first time Garuda appeared was just as a boss in Final Fantasy III. It looks like a bird with a human body, so bird head plus human body, and that is technically closer to the real, like, mythical Garuda. And then 3 on 3D had basically the same thing. Take a nice little look at that very low resolution DS image.
Wow, very cool.
I have no clue what is up with the 1 in 7. I'm curious how it'll go in part 3 of the remake series when they reach there.
It's holding a fucking hand. How the hell looks like it's holding a hand mixer?
Oh my god! The first thing I was gonna say is why he's got the Dr. Eggman glasses on.
It just looks like it's holding a hand mixer.
Yeah, I do not like the 7 look. The 3 is fine. It looks like an actual deity of Garuda. It's fine, nothing too special. Now, Crisis Core and 9 have their own Garudas as well. So the one in Crisis Core is just a bird with a big-ass beak. It looks more like the zoo enemy that's pretty common in Final Fantasy. The one from 9. So,
Anyway, stay tuned for our discussion of the Final Fantasy X Garuda.
yeah, ooh, y'all are gonna be so shocked. Um, the one in 9, I think it's cool. This is. Do you recall there was a bunch of friendly monsters you could find in
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 9, and there is both a bad and a friendly version of Garuda. The one without visible eyeballs, that's the friendly one. The one above it with the visible eyes, that is the bad one. I think it's a neat idea. It's like it's fun because clearly by this point of 9, there is no concise what is Garuda in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, again,
Because
that only again we're gonna discuss this. Like 16 is really just the game that makes Garuda.
right, like 3, it is a man with a bird head. 7, it's Dr. Eggman with wings and a hand mixer.
7 and again, spoiler 7 Crisis Core, spoiler alert, 10 are just recolored enemies.
Right, and then there's 9 where it is out of these ones, I think it's the most unique, it's the most neat. It is not at all the modern Garuda, it is not at all the mythical Garuda, but it is a funny little guy.
A
Um,
little fella.
yeah. Now there's 10. It's a boss fight, and there's the one in 12. It's pretty much the same. It's a big scary bird, and oh man, I accidentally cropped it away. But if I didn't, if I ordered these right in the PowerPoint, you'd see Waka trying to fight it.
You gotta censor Waka's titty, like
Of course.
YouTube demonetization and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a boss in the game, whatever. Now here's when it gets
And then
real.
things get real.
Right, so there's a reason why I put 12 next to 10, because they're essentially the same thing, like obviously minor changes, but then 11 and 14 in the MMOs, this is where 11 had the Garuda that evolves into what we have now, and it is
and then 14 was just 11 too, so they're like, hey, we introduced Garuda here, we need a wind-based boss, fuck it.
right, so like,
And then the rest is history.
now Garuda
because
is
Weebs got horny.
Yeah, so
and this is actually something like kind of going to 14, because we'll get to 15 and 16 as well, but like it's weird how like there's like very definitive summons for every like element type, like except for like dark is also up in the air. Wind really didn't have a codified one until like 14, 15, and 16 all let Garuda be wind.
yeah, because I'm trying to go through. In 3, was there a wind summon? No,
No, I don't think there was a wind element. And then in
no, because Arrow was a white magic in FF3. What did Chocobo do? Wind? I think Chocobo does wind in 7.
I'm not sure either way. And then there was like Pandemonium in 8. In 9 there was like fucking whoever. There was Typhon, who wasn't even wind. Like they kind of just never had like a wind, because there was never really a wind element.
Because like they always like half did a wind element. Because like I said, there was an arrow move. There was an arrow white magic, but I don't remember if it even went to Aurora or Aroga. I know the DS version, one of the summons is wind. I don't think the SNES version had one.
And it was enough of like considered an FF thing for it to be in KH when they did KH.
Right, because I think
with, like gravity is like the other fringe spell.
I think there's an arrow enemy skill or at least a wind-based enemy skill in 5, 6, and 7. 8 had arrow, just straight up arrow, Aurora, Aroga. In 8.
Yeah, but like there was never a wind summon, because like you think about for fire there's Ifrit, for ice there's Shiva, electric Ramu, water Leviathan,
yeah,
light sometimes Bahamut, sometimes Alexander, depends on if Alexander is at work that day or not. Dark, never really a dark element, but that's because there's rarely ever an offensive dark element.
Right, but yeah, Garuda is just now the wind chick, and
honestly,
it's
I
mostly
am
because
fine
of
with
16.
it, because
Same.
I want Garuda to step on me. I mean, what?
What? Anyways, next one. Here's 13 and 15. 13 going back to how they weren't consistent.
Now Roman hasn't played 15. I have. I'm just gonna tell you this: the reason why that one looks like the 14 one is that literally it has been transported from the 14 world. so that's just the 14 one again. You just put the 14 one in again.
Oh, okay, cool. That's why
the
there's
bottom
two
one
of them.
is the actual OC Garuda design.
Okay, because I noticed there was two, and I figured you could explain it.
And it's just a bird lady. It's just a bird.
The
lady.
one from 13, there's actually a ton of enemies titled Garuda in 13. They're like different types of Garudas, I believe, if I recall correctly. They are all, I believe they were just normal ass enemies. There was really nothing special about them. They're just robots. They're about as important as the ones in 10 and 12. Now we got 16. Best Garuda. I'm gonna say it. It's mostly
God,
story,
it's
but
so
it's so
cool.
scary. It's so cool.
It's so cool.
How it was put in the game. You can go ahead
And they really understood that the appeal of Garuda was the fact that it was sexy.
right.
Which is really weird how, like, that's the running element of Garuda's designs, but, you know, also we'll get to Shiva later.
Yeah, anyways, 16 is probably going to win for Garuda for me, but let's go through the spin-offs. Weirdly, the spin-offs similarly are also inconsistent. So the one in the bottom right,
because
that's
again, human woman. Wow.
Yeah, so the ones that are human woman, you can tell those all came out after Final Fantasy 11. I believe all 3 of those are from a version of Dimensions. They're really nothing
Also,
that
okay.
special.
Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt again. Can I just say the top left? When I was looking at some of the art, like when we were initially discussing this, like casually, I looked up some of the Dimensions art. That one artist has done a lot of Dimensions art, and it all looks AI generated, which is weird because it's a decade old.
Yeah, it's an anime girl with bird characteristics. There's nothing too special about those dimension looks for Garuda.
Like, it looks like I'd Google Garuda FF and I'd see like 5 actual results, and then that one's from like fucking Pix AI.
Yeah, like the more interesting one on this is the other 3, because one in the bottom right, that is an enemy titled Garuda in Ring of Fates, or it was a boss fight. One in the top middle, that is, you know, this is a weird edge case. It's from Final Fantasy Adventure, which is now known as they call it, what do they, Sword of Mana? What do they call the first Mana game now?
I think they just called it Adventure of Mana, because Sword of Mana was like a specific remake.
Right, that was
when
the
they ported the original game, they called it like...
It's the first Mana game, but keep in mind, both in Japan and America, it was initially called a Final Fantasy spinoff. And the one below that is the Garuda from Mystic
Adventure
Quest.
of Mana.
Yeah, Adventure of Mana. And yeah, that was it for that. Anyways, let me check that clip that you sent me. Because is it in our chat? Wait, which is our favorite? Did we both say 16 and that's it?
Yeah, 16. 14 bias almost wins, but it's still 16.
Okay, give me a second. I'm pulling up. Oh, it is the... Let me check the stream to make sure it's here, because I'm curious what this is. Because let me say this on like Type 0. I've always had like interest in it. Keep in mind, we've started it.
You can keep going. I'm just gonna quickly grab a drink from the fridge.
Okay. We've both tried Type 0 multiple times. We've just never made it too far because there's a certain part when we get a little tired. Anyways, let me close a few other things here. I'm just waiting to make sure on the stream that's yeah, okay, cool. It's showing up there. I'm not gonna do full screen because I think since I'm streaming, it's gonna like totally fuck up the what do you call that thing? The frame rate and all that. Anyways, let's watch this real quick.
Guide.
That's the sound of me dehydrating myself.
May I emerge in the heavens, sounding the
Her name is
cry
Tuna.
of eternal torment.
See, Tuna, no I don't. We're not by the ocean.
Oh shit, that's a...
So they just denied.
Unleashed into the sky, formed a massive portal, blanketing the Imperial force.
Oh wait, but Alexander's gonna show up, right?
It's a big one!
Okay, I thought that was just like, hey, we ran out of budget.
Oh shit, it is in the game, okay.
Alexander was summoned through the glorification of
Okay, for a second I
thousands
thought
of
like the joke was that it wasn't in the game and we were just gonna like see it, but no, they just did Alexander.
Yo, that's big.
Okay, they kind of showed it. Yeah.
Ignore the bad dub.
It's okay. Bad dubs just make games better for me.
Alexander's divine light decimated the Militesi border fortress and its environs.
Oh shit.
Man, this is just the FF9 Alexander, but it meets the 14 Bahamut.
Not only did the Divine Light attack leave the 106th and 107th
God, shouts to
Imperial
Answers. Fucking
Brigades
love Final Fantasy
invading
14.
Rubrum in tatters, it also devastated the 3rd Brigade, deployed to the rear of the border fortress.
Damn, that's a lot of destruction. Hey, that's a lot of deaths.
Oh no, the Gun Devil struck.
My only thing on that scene, it's so cool, but man, the narrator. Oh shit, there it is again. The narrator does not help
I think it would be better without the narrator, but with the text.
Yeah.
Like, again, it would kind of give it that, again, like the Gun Devil vibe, where, like, it's just, this is such a fucking force of
Only
nature, it
hours
cannot be
after
properly
crossing
shown,
over
only
Rubrum's
described.
border,
Yeah.
the Imperial troops that yet survived fled back across the border into Milites.
Like, it's just the guy saying, like, yo, a bunch of people died. I think I got that.
Again, they should have just started naming each individual victim.
Stop
And,
and,
then say, like, none of them were remembered, because that's how Type 0 work.
Yeah.
Rip the Chocobo.
That gives a few extra points to the Type 0 one, I'll be honest, even though I haven't played Type 0 all the way. That's a pretty damn cool scene.
And yeah, like that's definitely, Alexander is definitely a battle of, are we talking design or are we talking execution?
Yeah, because okay, it's so close between 8 and 9, but you already wrote 9 for me, so I'm not going to backtrack because we don't have time for that. Anyways, now we're at the OGs. So anyways, first of all, Leviathan, I hope you all are ready for a bunch of the
snakes.
The same fucking thing multiple times. Anyways, first of all,
Charlie.
reminder.
I love snakes.
Reminder. Leviathan is in Final Fantasy 2. You go inside of it and you never see the actual snake, but
yes, Leviathan.
excuse me. Yeah, you get bored by Leviathan, you fight a giant worm in there. And that, I hate that I burped when you said Leviathan. Whatever.
I was gonna say, I was worried you didn't hear me because it is the best joke I've made all stream.
Don't worry.
Which is saying something because it wasn't funny.
Right. This is in Final Fantasy 2. I'd rather not keep talking about Final Fantasy 2. Anyways, his first real appearance was in Final Fantasy 3. It is a snake. It's, a serpent.
Wow, it's a green snake that turned into a blue snake that turned into a purple snake.
Yep.
I wonder how many more flavors of snake we're gonna go through.
Well,
that's the least impressive of the three 3D Leviathan is the least impressive thing I've ever seen.
Keep in mind, also in the original NES
that's a
version,
shiny Gyarados.
Don't forget, in the NES version of Final Fantasy 3, the summons change colors depending on how you summon them. I think it was like if you did it as an evoker or a summoner or whatever. I am not showing all 3 versions of all of them. I am just picking the ones that are closest to their modern colors because I needed to fit things onto a PowerPoint. Wait, and if you go back to this area in the game later on, there's a massive scar on the overworld that stretches for like half of the world map in Type 0. Damn! Type 0 removed half the map!
Wish we played that far to actually see it.
Yeah,
I feel
anyways.
like we're just being really rude.
Right? I don't think it's that bad.
I have nothing against Type 0. It's just, much like 10-2, it's a game I've tried to play and it has yet to click.
I want to try it again now that I've finally played Crisis Core.
I think I also sold my copy. I think that would make that harder because I wanted to buy Xenogears.
Oh, okay. Anyways, so
and it was like $80 at my local game store.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna blaze through Leviathan. Of these, sure, winning right now is I guess the 3D version. It's really not any different.
I said the original was winning. The 3D one looks like shit. It's like 10 feet long.
Wait 1 second. What was that?
Yeah, God, pick your fucking flavor of snake.
Okay, all right. Yeah, of these, I don't like the 4 3D one. It looks too salmon tuna-y.
That's the thing. It's like they couldn't have it be super mega long, so like they just made it shorter, and it just looks bad in either version.
Yeah. And then the actual original 456, it's just the same thing.
You're just weird about text here. Oh God, fucking don't worry
No,
about
that's
it.
fine. We're weird about our own
Listen
games.
to me be weird about jank bullshit.
Yeah. What was the last one you were trying to, he was trying to sell me on Star Ocean, and I enjoy it so far. I need to go a little further.
Remember, I'm also a certified jankmeister. So.
Yeah, of course. Here, I guess what's winning so far of 3, 4, 5, 6, it's all the same fucking thing.
My vote is for 2D right now. Just you're probably gonna notice this. My favorite Leviathan will be whichever one is longest.
I'm gonna say 4, but it's more of just that the sprite has him go all wimey and stuff, and that's neat. But it's really just the same fucking thing in all of them so far. Now we get to 7. This is when it started being more green. And I also want to point out,
except for Rebirth, where they made it more blue.
Right, but before we actually talk about this, I want you to focus on the bottom
Before
left
Crisis?
here, the Before Crisis,
Before
which I
Crisis?
swear is just they took the model and digitized it in a Donkey Kong country ass way.
That's Yoshi's Island. What am I doing?
Yeah. I think it's neat. It's really just the old one in 3D. End of thought. 8 is the first time they actually do something a tiny bit different. It has like more detail. He has like a sheen to him, you know.
I gotta say, 9 is kind of the one all the future ones are based on, and I solely say that because of the wings.
Right.
I feel like I remember more Leviathans in the future having wings.
Maybe let's focus on 8 first. I think it is the peak of the original, you know, like art that Amano did. Like, there's what Amano originally drew, and I think 8 is the fullest expression of that in game form, even if Nomura redrew it. And then there's 9, which is cool. It's purple, it's different, it's a shake-up to the Leviathan that we hadn't seen yet.
Which is funny, because most Leviathans were purple for a while, so it's also like
That's true.
kind of a return to form after 2 games of being
I think
slightly
it's
different
because
color.
I guess it's because
Rome is just realizing in real time that he's wrong.
Yeah, no, I guess it's because I always think it's blue because A, the new versions, and B, the tummy's kind of blue. And then 7,
there's also a lot more modern Leviathans. That's the thing. I say there's a lot of modern Leviathans that are blue. It's 14s. There's a lot of things that 14 does that I assume are the norm and aren't.
Yeah. Anyways, I guess so far 8's winning for me. 11, it's about the same thing. Game is mid as hell because it was my first FF. I'm obsessed with it. Honestly, respect to anyone who really loves their mid as hell game but still loves it and will fight by it. I have said this to anyone I remember in my Galgun video, I was saying how I don't like Galgun, and then someone else said how, you know, they enjoy it, yada yada. And my big response, it was like 3 paragraphs, and I just said, if you, like, the summary is, if you really love a game, and you want people to understand why you like it, go ahead and tell people. Be as dumb about it as you want. Just go out, king.
Like that's the thing. I'm like literally on the spectrum. Half of my personality is hyperfixating on a random jank RPG I played recently. Mm-hmm. Roman can confirm it. It's very obnoxious.
It is. Anyways, the one from 11, it's just the same as, you know, 1 through 8, really. But with
it's
wings.
The 8 one, but even more blue.
Yeah, but it actually has
Leviathan.
wings now. Well, actually, I guess 8 also introduced the wings. Now that I'm looking closer at it,
yeah, no, that's saying I thought that was all 9. No, I meant 8.
Yeah, no, because
oh look, it's another one where 8 probably wins easily.
It's probably going to win. And then here's an unused design in 13.
8 and 16 are probably going to sweep most of this stream going forward.
Probably. This one from 13 that went unused. It is really neat. It is a big serpent that it looks like it would have had like a traveling band of misfits inside of it doing little circusy things. It's such a cool idea. It's not in the game. Sure.
Love the jester hat, dude.
Yeah, it's such a cool idea. Not in the game.
Now Yoshida, we need to revolutionize the. Oh no, I was looking at 15. 15 has more wings.
Yeah.
And welcome back to my favorite Leviathan will be whichever one is longest. 15 is probably my favorite Leviathan.
Okay. And honestly,
because it is just insanely big and insanely long.
again, I haven't played 15, but I've seen the trailers and they showed off Leviathan in the 15 trailers. And even though I haven't played it, Leviathan might be my winner. But I'll
No,
probably go with
Leviathan
8.
is also hilarious because like the summons in 15, like gameplay wise, suck shit. Leviathan's is the worst because you can only use it near bodies of water. There are exactly, I think, 2 bodies of water in 15,
Oh
and
my
one of them
God.
is optional.
Oh shit. Okay.
So after you fight Leviathan in what's effectively a glorified QTE boss fight, except it's an Asura's Wrath fight. The Leviathan
Okay.
fight in 15 is an Asura's Wrath boss.
Oh, okay. So it's a peak game boss. Anyways, okay. So the one in 14 and 15, I just put them on the same slide because I really don't think there's like much difference between them. I think 15,
Yeah.
because it's longer, I like it more as well.
But 14 is also good because it has a boss fight that's just saying Leviathan over and over again.
Yeah, 16.
Leviathan, Leviathan.
I really enjoyed it.
Leviathan, Leviathan. Da-da.
If we're gonna say like stuff similar to the like from the like 3 to 8 design, I guess this is that design taken to its actual fullest.
It's Leviathan. Like, yeah, that is like classic Leviathan, but HD.
Yeah, I really
fine.
enjoyed this fight. I think that's the last one. I think right now of main games, I need to double check what the spin-offs were, but I think I'm gonna say 8. You can just say 15 if you want to.
Revenant
Revenant
Wings.
Wings. Yep.
No, that was what made me chuckle. Bottom left just looks like the one like mana dragon from the.
Oh
mana
no. The
games.
bottom left is just the sprite version of the Revenant Wings one. It's a little version of me, Alan. I want you to have it.
Count how many Smiling Friends references will be in this video.
I think we're up to 3. Anyways, the one in Original Tactics is fine. The one in Revenant Wings, what the fuck? At least it's different. Yeah. Then
Can I just say the leg placement on the Revenant Wings one really bothers me because like I feel like I normally expect something like that. Like a pair of legs
but
like that
before
to be
you keep going
halfway
on that,
down.
can we talk about how that's fucking chicken legs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why does he have the chicken legs? It's so silly.
Anyway, I think we're just both in agreement that it's 8. 8 and 15 are neck and neck for me. I think I'd like 8 more just because no more are pretty.
Maybe. Anyway, well, let's look at the spin-off ones. The one in the middle. That's I think it was 4 Heroes of Light. Sure. To be clear, the reason
Bottom
why
right looks like it's going to fucking kill me.
and to be clear, the reason why there's not too many spin-offs that I'm putting on here is because most of them, I don't know if they just copied the design they already used, but most of them looked like the one from 8 or 15. So I didn't bother putting in the PNGs. I think the 4 Heroes one is very cool. It's different. I think the next FF spin-off I end up playing is going to be 4 Heroes. Do I make a video on it? We'll see. I don't know.
So stay tuned for the everyone's favorite technically Final Fantasy but not actually Final Fantasy spin-off series where Roman talks about 4 Heroes, Bravely, and Octopath.
Yeah.
Unlike the other one, that one's not a joke. That's one he's floated to me before, but will take him way too long to ever actually make.
Right. Anyways, did you write 8 for me already?
Not yet, but I'm assuming it's 8.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick 8. Okay, so next we got Titan.
It's time for the funny rock man.
Yeah, but not the other Rockman we already talked about. Although what is interesting, I think what sets
Ultraman.
Titan apart from
Ultraman
Golem, because remember Golem, when he was summonable in 2 games, he always had a defensive spell, while Titan is an actual like attacking spell. And really, I just remembered this, despite the fact that, well, we'll get there. Titan's not in 6, but then Golem didn't become the new Earth attacker. My recollection. Oh, I messed that up. I mean, you can still see his sprite, whatever. So there's the version in 3. There's the version in 3 3D. It is a big buff man with some flowy hair behind him and a loincloth. It's fine. It's cool. He's big. He's strong. Then Then we get 4, where he has a receding hairline in the old version, and then 4 3D did something totally different. We're gonna see that with a bunch of the upcoming 4 3D stuff. First of all,
the 4 PSP sprite is so funny. My man is just about to take a massive dump. Or alternate joke, Zack Squad.
exactly.
Pick whichever one's funnier.
I really like that PSP sprite. Like, it's so cool. And honestly, the 4 3D, I kind of like it. I think of any of the things,
like Titan tends to come in 2 flavors: Just a Dude and Weird Goblin Man. I tend to prefer Weird Goblin Man.
Yeah, like, my only thing on this, I feel like if it's going to be a remake of 4, I'm not sure how I feel about them changing it so drastically, because all the other changes in 4 3D are still pretty, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, true to the original version. This one, I think, is the most drastic difference. But anyways, now I got 5, where his hairline recedes even further, even just from regular 5 to the PSP version.
Also, we've been kind of mean to like the 7 Rebirth summons this video. No, Titans is a good one. Titan
I
had a fucking
really like Titans. This one's so good.
The other thing about, like, I think Titan as a whole evolved the most from launch 7 to now. Like, others like Ifrit and had like huge design changes. But like as time went on, they decided that like Titan should be like man but rock.
Exactly. Like,
and like you can really see that they like made it more man but rock.
Honestly, now that I look at it again, 7 Rebirth Titan has a chance of winning, but you know, let's keep going.
I was spoiler alert, my 14 bias is about to win.
Okay, we'll see. Now we have, so Titan by himself is not in 9. There is no summon for Titan in 9 after, like, Titan is very inconsistent out of any of the Final Fantasy 3 summons, because he is in 3, 4, 5, skip 6, he's in 7, he skips 8, he skips 10, but in 9, when you summon Fenrir, his animation can potentially have a part where Titan punches Fenrir into the air.
What the whack-a-mole cabinet sees when I drop the hammer, but I'm going for a high score.
Yeah, so he's kind of there. It's a neat little look, but, you know. For the 11 one, I don't know how I feel on that.
I like it. It's not great, but I like it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, the thing is, it's like, when you look at the 14 design, you can really see where, like, this is like, well, like a lot of the 14 ones are also the 11 designed but new, because that's what 14 is. Man, no wonder 14 fucking failed. Imagine one of your most successful games, but it's worse, runs worse, and has fewer mechanics.
Yeah.
No wonder 1.0 fucking failed.
Anyways, 13, I really like this one. I wish it was in the game more. It's barely there.
13 starts a trend with Titan that I like, but it's getting stale, where they realize they can't just make a rock man, so they're like, what if we made a mountain-sized rock man?
I mean, his name is Titan. He should be big.
Yeah.
He
but
should
also,
be Titanic.
I'm getting a little tired of giant Earthman. I just kind of want like smaller Earthman.
Yeah, but this is like the first time the only problem with this in 13 is that it's barely there from my recollection.
Which again, also fitting. That's the other thing with giant titans. Giant titans aren't allowed to do much because, like, they're giant. They can't do much.
Yeah, like if I recall,
they turn more into set pieces than actual like summons.
If I recall correctly, his story in 13 was that he was kind of like this overseer of Grand Pulse, or like just the area
he's,
you were
literally a fal'C, right?
Yeah, he is a fal'C. All of the summons in 13 are fal'C or Eidolons. Most of the cut ones that we've talked about were meant to be fal'Cs, not actual like Eidolon summons. And this one, he's supposed to be like super important, but I don't think there's a fight against him.
Yeah, because I remember you literally like crash down, you explore a little bit, you see that lightning goes into battle stance, and Spang's like, "Oh no, don't worry about it. That's just Titan." I can't do an Australian voice.
Yeah, it's okay. Australian people are white, so we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I think it's neat. It's not a favorite. Like, so far, still Rebirth is winning.
Yeah, we're just about to see a lot of big rock men. Yeah, Titan car.
You can just see car. Yeah, that's the big thing with him, Pedro. Is like, it's cool that he's walking around in Grand Pulse.
Yeah,
I just wish you could do something with them. Anyways, Titan car. I saw this one and thought that is. What I heard you say the Titan car. I see that's the one on the right. Honestly, I like that
Yeah.
one on the left. I feel like it's a really fucking gross version of the one from 11.
No, no,
and
no. The one on the left was the patron of the kobolds. So like like the little rat people. So that's why he's like a fucking goblin man.
Yeah,
He's like a fucking like Danny DeVito looking motherfucker. The other thing too with the one on the right, that's from the Eden raid line, which part of the plot is essentially like like part of it involves diving into the Warrior of Light's memories.
Yeah, I saw a
it's
lot
like-
of
it's
art
like
for that one in
hindsight-
particular.
Yeah, in hindsight, I've told you about this before. In hindsight, a lot of the Eden designs in 14 seem to just be spitballing the 16 designs. Because like if you look at like the Titan without the car on his back, that's just Hugo.
It is that's kind of the thing for
And
me
it's
on
like,
it.
like, and then like you see like the 14 Eden Ramu, and it's like that's just Sid with the beard, and he's a centaur.
Yeah, anyways, I think this one's neat. Obviously, you'd have more opinions on it.
Yeah, all I know is that I suck ass at the fight.
Oh,
I got kicked from it the first time I did it because I did it a month after launch and I was healer. Wow, I do not remember 15 Titan looking this shitty.
yeah, no, it's just a big
Like
guy.
I don't know if it's just a bad screenshot or if this is like a bad
Um,
what, but like
I-
I
whoa, wait.
remember this Titan being like covered in crystals.
Okay, so here I did purposefully pick the dumbest looking screenshot possible, because it looks so fucking goofy. I did see some where he had like crystals around him. I don't remember quite the way it worked. You can see like in the bottom left there he is holding something up. I don't know the story behind Titan in 15.
It's okay. He didn't really. He came into existence, so it could be like, "Whoa, Titan! That's one of the gods," and then you have a set piece, and then you can summon him.
Yeah, because I remember this from like videos when it came out. Wasn't there like some part when it's like the image I have there in the top right, isn't it like, whoa, Titan's gonna crush me, and then he like disappears into the ether or some shit?
Vaguely, I don't remember. Again like the only like summons that have any plot importance in 15 are Bahamut, Ifrit, and even then Bahamut barely any. Ifrit literal endgame only. Shiva spoilers.
Okay, all right. So, anyways. That's one.
The others just exist because they had Ifrit, Bahamut, and Shiva, and figured they might as well bring their weird friends along.
But if we're gonna compare this to other
and
Titans, this is like finally
Leviathan.
his hairline receded the whole way. 15 Titan punches a turtle.
No, okay, no, that is actually the cool thing about Titan. So you know how the super boss of 15 is the Adamantoise, right?
Yeah.
The boss fight that takes 72 hours, parentheses, if you suck ass at the game and don't just spam Ring of Lucia and Ethers. I believe it's either like a finisher or like something that happens randomly mid-fight, but there's a special Titan summon that's only against the Adamantoise, where he just fucking punches the turtle.
Oh,
It
nice.
is a unique animation that only plays during that fight. The Adamantoise is such a shitty super boss. I'm so happy they added Omega.
Yeah.
Shame Omega also isn't fun to fight because 15 is not fun to play when you're playing as Noctis.
Yeah. Anyways, it was kind of close about a few of them. Anyways, here's what's probably gonna be my winner. 16. It's just Hugo. I decided not to put in the cool design, what makes him actually raw and badass and awesome, because it's
Honestly,
just easy.
can I just say the one on the left makes him look like a Metal Gear boss?
It reminds me of the Raven, like
I was gonna say it's like you combined Vulcan, Raven, and Fat Man.
yeah. Anyways, yeah. Here's my winner. It's 16 Titan.
And let's just be honest. Like outside of the spoiler thing, we won't talk about. It's the jawline.
So cool.
That
jaw.
jawline makes him raw as fuck.
Like when you finally fight Hugo, Hugo's one of the biggest shitheads in the series. Like especially of. I know there's so many shitheads in Final Fantasy, but Hugo, God, fuck him.
No, dude is truly like you. I'm a spoiled shit. No, Hugo's a shit.
Like, God, I'm so glad he got cucked. Yeah, I think this is my winner.
But also that requires going into both A, spoilers on 16, and B, a discussion about how Final Fantasy 16 handles the women in the story, and I
Yeah.
don't want to have either of those on a public forum.
Yeah, anyways, here's the spin-off Titans. Honestly, the one in Chocobo, the far right, that one's neat. I think it's cool
Also,
because there's
the
like 3
Revenant
Titans.
Wings one, I really, really like that Revenant Wings one. I really like that
Yeah?
Revenant Wing one.
I think it's neat.
It's because like I think that's the thing is it plays into more aspects of like the nature of Earth. Because like Titan is always just a rock and stone.
Mhm.
I like the little sprouts. It adds some color.
Yeah, that's fair.
It makes them come across as more like a gentle. Because that's the other thing is like that looks like a gentle, benevolent, like bearer of nature. Titan is consistently one of the most pissed off, angry looking summons, which makes sense considering he uses Earth and Fury, not Earth and Friendry. But like, I just like the Revenant Wings one. He looks like a friend. He's a friend.
16 Titan doesn't turn into a car though.
God, okay, I'm gonna do more 16 or more 14 rambling here. No, that fight's really funny because he does just take off that armor and turn it into a car.
Prefer no spoilers on 16. Yeah,
also,
just to be clear, we were not going to spoil any of 16 as we go on. Maybe if it's something, if it's something you know within like the first 2 hours of the game, then yeah, we might
essentially
say
who the dominants are because they do not spoil that.
Yeah,
there are only two. There are only two that you do not know by the end of the prologue, and you find them out halfway through the first chapter. Like,
yeah, and even that, I think if you open up the data log, you know,
see them.
Yeah, I think if you open the data log, you can know pretty much all of them immediately.
The Eden Titan. But yeah, so there's Titan card. The other thing is that like all of the actual like primal refights in Eden, they all have like remixes of their boss theme from when you fight them for the first time, and a lot of them are like a little bit more intense. Like Ramuh's kind of turns into like a cool little like trance theme. Leviathan's goes from like hard rock into like dubstep. Titan's theme goes from punk hard rock to full on thrash techno. And it sounds like seeing Titan Car and trying to keep up with it as a healer and hearing the music, it felt like I was having a fucking seizure. Like,
nice.
It was hysterically insane.
I'm guessing the choice of 14 and 16 is pretty tough for you then.
No, it's mainly it's probably gonna be 16. Like I was like, oh man, 14 might be the winner because I like weird angry Titan, but then I'm like, oh no, Hugo's design is just so fucking badass.
Anyways, before I move to the next slide, I just want to say I don't think any of the other Chocobo summons do this, but I want to say this is a Chocobo Racer. You actually have the 3 different colors from Final Fantasy 3, because remember they like
that's cute.
Changed colors back then. I think that's neat. I'm guessing it's because wait, what was Titan's primary color? Was he like definitely orange by then? No, he was like orange, then he was red. Okay, so he was orangey red pretty consistently even by then.
And then they just realized, oh yeah, Earth.
Yeah. There's more spin-offs. It's fine. There's the one from Tactics. I think that's the only other Ivalice he was in, which is why I didn't have a Ivalice tab here. Wait, there's another earthy one.
Monster Dreads.
You see the moss one there on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, like goes with your idea. I don't think it's maybe a little too. It looks like Swamp Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, they made Swamp Thing a Final Fantasy.
Swamp Thing, Man Thing, whatever. Those are 2 different characters. Anyways, we're finally at the real big boys. We're at Ifrit.
You didn't have the funny Theater Rhythm FF14 Titan.
Oh, I think it's because it looked pretty much the same as this one.
It just looked really stupid. Don't worry.
Yeah, because a few of the spin-offs also use the Theater Rhythm designs, and so I was thinking in Curtain Call they replaced it with not Curtain Call, Final Bar Line they replaced it with the 14 Titan. Because I also think
it just looked really funny.
I believe we are also now at the point of the PowerPoint where I was working on this today. So anything that looked like basically the same as another design I already had on the slides I didn't use. And boy, what we have left have a lot to choose from. So if I missed one or two, I doubt anyone here is going to say, oh, how did you miss this design from Dimensions 2? I'm so sorry, I guess. You don't actually care. Anyways, Ifrit. First of all, love the Amano art here. It's so good. It is funny how he changed, but we'll get into that. So first of all, Amano first.
Final Fantasy 8 with the Ifrit design so good, people forget he looked different at some point.
Yeah, so anyways, in Final Fantasy 3 and 4, he's very clearly just supposed to be a devil-looking man. A devil man, you could say.
Da, 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 da,
He's got the
da, da,
horns.
da, da.
And then in the 3D version, they didn't change much. What is funny in 4 3D, though, is, as you can see here, in original 4, he had the green skin with the uh, grass skirt, like the good Hawaiian devil that he is. But then in
Yeah, because like the
4,
original Ifrit designs were trying to merge like a devilish design with like the satyr design, pretty much.
yeah, and so
Like they were trying to invoke
um,
Lucifer
oh,
without just making him a satyr. Looks at 15 angrily.
well, we'll
We'll
get
get
there. We'll
there.
get there. I was about to check if Amano chose what pants he wore, but no, according to Amano, maybe he's naked. We don't know. Um, Oh, and even the original 3, he might be naked. That I guess that is the closest to the Amato art because he's like hunched over and shit. Anyways, I really like this one in 4 3D. It's not gonna win, but I just want to put focus on it because I think just the
Roman confirmed Satan enjoyer.
exactly this pure red Ifrit is
You
not
don't
one.
see red Ifrit that much.
No, you don't, and I
Like,
think
like red's a primary color with later Ifrit, but it's usually brown with red, not red red.
right, and like he's the fireman. What like whatever. I think it's a neat one. It's by no means my favorite, but I just want to call attention to it.
That's can I just say I love how like 3 is supposed to have like kind of like the defined spinal shape, but like every future one just depicted it as fucking spikes on his back.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, now we're at 567. Five six
Also, can I
seven.
just say I have always adored the 5 sprite. Out of all the green Ifrits, 5
Oh
sprite
wait,
has
because I
always
want to
been my
say I want to say something about that. But my dog just walked in, and I need to get her out because she's kind of puffing and panting. Give me 1 second. You just say something about 14 for a minute.
We're gonna get to the 14 Ifrit. Yeah, spoiler alerts, Roman kind of hates 14 Ifrit. Which is fair. 14 Ifrit's weird, and I don't like it either. Like, oh man, we've had 14 bias so far. Oh, the 14 bias is about to end. I do not like most of the 14 primal designs in the original ARR. Anyway, hi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm Roman's friend Brendan, the loud annoying one. I'm the Midnight Wanderer on Twitch. You can find link to my Twitch in chat.
Okay. I
Shit,
close the door.
I
Other
wasn't
people are
shilling
home.
myself.
Hmm?
What are you
Okay.
talking about?
Oh, don't worry,
Shut
I
up.
believe you. Okay, anyways, doors closed. Other people are home, so if she needs food or something, she's fine. Where was I? Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, we literally just opened it.
Right. So 567, I think what's so cool about it though is like it is still the exact same design between all 3 of these, except it's a different pose that makes it feel so different.
And even then, like 6 is just the 3 pose again. That's like the
Yeah.
first one to directly reuse a pose.
Right, because 3 and 4 are definitely well, 4 is the same pose as 3 from a different angle, you know?
Yes, but I still call that a different pose. 6 is just the same pose.
In a 2D game, yes, it would be a different pose. I'm just saying, if we're going to say how the sprite artists might have interpreted a mono artwork, then they might have looked at that and said, "Oh, let's make it sideways." Now, they also might have made it sideways because that reads.
And then in 5, they took the same pose and made it vertical.
I guess. Yeah, I really like the 5 sprite.
God, the 5 sprite goes so hard.
I think what really helps it, and especially I think the iOS version loses this, is how on the face he's very hidden. Like
yeah.
the shadow on his face
iOS
makes him a
version
mystery.
Makes it much more like, oh, lighting. But yeah, like I think I like Ifrit when he invokes a lot of like the satanic Luciferian visual motifs, but
Yeah, so,
isn't
like-
just a Lucifer. Again, angrily looks at 15. We will get there.
Now, the fun thing we're gonna say with 7 here, so base 7, it is just the same as 5 and 6, but in
With chest
3D,
hair.
which is cool with chest hair.
And then they got rid of the chest hair.
Yeah, because then that's
They
also
turned it into armor.
there's Rebirth and Crisis Court. Crisis Court, I kind of like that one. It might be my favorite human Ifrit now that I'm really looking at it.
Yeah.
It's just if he was just hunched over a little bit, like try and suck your own dick, Ifrit. Come on, be a man.
I love the 6th one. It looks like the top one he's trying, the bottom one he's gotten dejected because he couldn't.
Yeah, that was his
Anyway,
overworld
moving
sprite.
on and never going back to that comment ever again.
Right. Rebirth Ifrit. It's neat. I played it after 16 is its problem.
The issue is, as we will address.
Oh wait, no, that Ifrit.
16.
No, that's right.
16
That
has
that Ifrit
perfected
was
Ifrit.
in remake, and I thought it was cool in remake, but I played Rebirth after 16, and that's really that
And as we'll
Ifrit's biggest
discuss,
flaw.
16 has undeniably for us the best Ifrit. Again, talking about how it's the best Ifrit is one of the two things that sparked this stream
Right.
4 months ago.
Because Ifrit does evolve so much, and now we're at the part when it changes, because we went from yellow, straight up just the devil, then he was a green horned type of dude, and he stuck with that until 7, and then here's 8 where he just hard shifted into a beast man. Like 8, 9, 10, it's beast man all the way. 10, as y'all might have noticed, we haven't talked about 10 much because A, 10 just doesn't have a lot of summons, and B, only 3 of them are not exclusive to 10. And this is the first one we get to talk about from 10, and man,
it's
like,
probably the least interesting of the 3. It's just 8 Ifrit, but they gave him more tribal stuff.
like I think it's fine, it's good, but 8 is right over there. Like, it's, remember 10 was also
there's a lot
Nomura.
more to talk about with 10 Sheila and 10 Bahamut.
Right. I think
This is just 8 Ifrit, but like more beastly.
like I get the feeling that maybe because I think Nomura still designed the summons for 10. I mean, he's the character designer, so I assume he was. But I get the feeling maybe the reason he didn't like have too many returning ones is like, oh well, I already made those guys an 8. Let's do some, like, you know, he did it in 8, he did it in 7. Let's make something new. But then someone must have said like, hey,
Let's take the Mega Sisters and make them bugs.
yeah, but I imagine at some point someone said, hey, you need to have Shiva, Ifrit, and Bahamut.
15 had a cool idea. Like I said, we will get. I have a whole rant queued up about the 15 Ifrit. It entirely just goes into the fact that like 15 was 5 different games and 5 different visions they had to attempt to, like, they just kept iterating on itself, and so much shit got fucked.
Yeah, so anyway, so far what I'll say, Human Ifrit, Crisis Core, Beast Ifrit, 8. And here's when shit gets a little weird. So first of all, 11. What the fuck is that? I get it. They were doing something weird with 11.
Gamers, we found the 17th Colossus, and it's Revenant Wings Ifrit.
Right, and there's Revenant
We
Wings
found
Ifrit.
him.
I put him here specifically
It goes so hard.
because this is just how I know I usually put the Ivoli stuff together, but this one happened because I forgot. And then
No, we're spoiler alert. Everything we're seeing from this point on, Roman has put together in the last 3 or 4 hours.
what time is it? It's 8. I put it all together since I was on call with Joe, our other friend we were talking about earlier, and that I think I got on call with him around 2. Wait, I prefer Belius as the Firestone. Yeah, that's
Which
fair.
games is that from? Is that Evilise?
I think so.
Because at least we can all agree that Brynhildr was the strangest choice of fire summon. Because again, you have 4 returning summons, and then you pick Brynhildr and
Yeah, Belius was the one from
Kairos.
12. Honestly, I like that design. I did reach the part of 12 where he showed up. Anyways, where was I? Okay, so on these ones, let me get through this. Yeah, the 12 Revenant Wings Ifrit is neat. That's the thing with every Revenant Wings. I like how they're trying something new.
And again, we'll get to shit.
Yeah, and the 13 one.
And more importantly, Bahamut.
But first, let's talk about this 13. That's so fucking cool. They don't use it. It's not in the game. There's no Ifrit.
It's the Joker, baby.
Yeah, but like he's doing a little fire thing. It looks like he's gonna be like more playful than the usual Ifrit, because typically Ifrits.
A lot of the ones you've shown me so far, it looks like they originally had a plan for like a whole like Fal'Cie circus.
Yeah, well,
like the circus you go to, or the fact that there was a big festival.
Right, well, because there is sort of that
device.
there, and I can't remember perfectly. This Ifrit might have did show up during that scene as a hologram, but that is so.
This art is so much cooler than the model.
Yeah, I don't remember what the model looked
Why
like.
is he wearing boxers? Which one? The 13th?
No, the Revenant Wings.
No, that's just a loincloth. Because Ifrit's got a cock.
Honestly, this one does have the most defined dick. Like I know it's not much because usually he has like more room on it. Or wait, when did he lose the pants? Okay, so he lost pants when it came to 8, 9, and 10.
When
He
it
just
turned into fur.
right, he just got some pubes. And then
This
11.
stream has been demonetized.
And then Revenant Wings, he just has a little loinclothy thing. 13, you know, if that was in the game, it was for a fleeting moment and he was a hologram. I know for a fact there is no actual physical flesh, blood, and or mechanical Ifrit in 13. But I think that design would have been cool. Anyways, here's 14. I noticed there's a lot of them. I figure there's the normal boss on the left, and then there's the cooler boss on the right.
Yeah, that's the Eden variant, where the context behind why it looks like that is that they were running out of time, and they're just like, Warrior of Light, just start thinking about everything you fought. And he's like, Garuda Ifrit, combine them.
I think it's neat. They showed only CG cutscenes that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you really don't see Ifrit in it. Like, I guess I should have not put in that never happened. It really should have just been that could have been used better. Because
and
I'm like 90% sure it's there in a turbo minor form. Anyways, the first one from 14, it's crazy it's 11, but slightly better than the one on the right.
Like I said, it's Ifrit's the patron of the lizard people.
Yeah, like you've told me before, even as much as you love 14, you're really not too wild about that one.
We will especially get that. We will especially talk about that when I get to Shiva. I really don't like 14 Shiva.
Yeah.
Love Eden Shiva though. Eden Shiva.
I guess my big thing with both of these, as well as the one from 11, they're not my thought when I think of Ifrit.
Yeah, and I guess like similar to what I was talking about with like, the Eden designs of the classic ones are just like prototyping the 16 designs. No, there's a spoiler related thing in 16. And absolutely Eden Ifrit is kind of looks like a rough draft of that design.
Yeah, anyways, the 15, it's a guy.
Hey, it's just Lucifer. They just completely unsubtly just did Lucifer. I get what they were going for. Something, fallen god, representative of Arden and his mental state and his god complex, but also, fuck me, it's so lazy looking. And I hate using the term lazy for design, but like, shit, look at it.
Also, I put in the SMT Lucifer for funsies, because there weren't too many good images to pick from this Ifrit. It's just, again, kind of the same as I said about the one from 1411. It's not really what I think of with Ifrit.
It's like, I get what they were going for. It's like, I was telling Roman before we started this, where it's like, where you look at the list of like the designs of all the summons in 15, and you have like Ramu and Shiva look like humans normally. And then they're like, okay, we kind of want to make this like a pantheon of gods, like the classical like Greek Roman pantheon. So like, we're going to like, so we're going to turn Bahamut into like the king of the gods. He's going to be like this cool.
Wait, sorry, so you're going to my pantry? Why?
Man. Yeah,
yeah.
And then they're like, oh yeah, Ifrit, we're going to turn him into like the Lucifer like, like the fallen god. It's like, it's going to be like, we're going to give him, he's going to have like the horns, and he's going to have like fire, and he's going to be like very satyr like, because we're going to make him Lucifer. And then they got to Leviathan, and they're like, yeah, it's a big ass snake. And like, it really feels like they had more ideas for that whole god pantheon theme, but because it's Final Fantasy 15, they ran out of time and money and realized they had to put a game out at some point, so they just put Ifrit in.
I think what would have made this better, because let's also remember this, the last time we had a real Ifrit was 10.
Yeah, that too, because it's like the one thing I like about the 15 design is you can really only see it when you're looking at like the model viewer version or whatever the fuck that like left one is from. I think that may just be a render someone put up on DeviantArt.
Would have been cooler if 15 like had Purple Fire too, because Damon, honestly, if he was...
It's like if they played more into like the corrupted thing where like they kept him very like Lucifer like, but like turn that kind of purple blight looking thing, make it like jutting crystals, you'd have a much cooler design. I still wouldn't be a huge fan, but I'd like it more than just like a dude with a skin condition.
Yeah, anyways, winner, here we go. Peak, 16, This
It's
is
just it goes so hard.
We're not gonna
It is
say
beast,
anything.
It is lizard. It
It's-
is demon. It is edgy as shit. I want to hug
it's so
Clive
spoilers.
Rossfield.
It's so good. It's the best one by far. It's peak. This is the winner. It is nothing. I know. Before this point, we were like, oh, it's so cool how the human evolved, and then we were hating on the other lizards, and then here's this lizard, which is just so
It is the
goddamn
best
cool.
of every world. Anyway, my
is-
favorite is Revenant Wings.
Okay, you're shitting me.
No, I'm kidding. I'm entirely kidding.
Okay, yeah, 16 wins. All right, here's the Ivalice ones. I think they're interesting ideas. I mean, obviously, I guess if I knew I was doing an Ivalice tab for Ifrit, I would have put the Revenant Wings here one. Anyways,
Wait,
I
hold
think
on. Did we do one before between Leviathan and Ifrit?
Hmm?
Did we do one between Leviathan and Ifrit?
Yeah, Titan.
Oh shit! What did we say for Titan? Was it 16?
I said 16.
Okay.
These Ivalice ones,
So I
they're
forgot
neat.
to record that.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I think the one from Tactics 1 is kind of cool. Like, I don't know how else to put it. The other one with the goat
I
legs.
like the face shrouded in darkness. It looks like they
Yeah.
wanted to do the 5-1.
Exactly.
Like even the pose is reminiscent.
I'm not vibing with the goat legs. I think that's Tactics Advance. Then here's some spin-off appearances. I think top left is Final Fantasy Adventure. Then like I said, I'm
And
not.
you have Crisis Core again.
Did I put Crisis Core in? Oh, I did. Shit. Okay. No. That one, I don't know if the FF Wiki messed up or something, but it listed that as Type 0. Pedro, you can tell me if I'm wrong, because clearly you love Type 0. It said that was also the one in Type 0. I don't know if it's correct. I haven't reached the point in Type 0 with Ifrit, or at the very least, it was so long ago I don't remember. So I don't know if...
they just fucked up.
Okay.
Okay, wait, no, it looks like the base design is taken from Type 0.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, wait.
Because
No, what? No, hold up.
because they're both directed by the same guy, so I'm a little unsure there.
Okay, yeah, it is the same in both.
Okay.
It's just that they use the Crisis Core art
Okay.
because it doesn't look like the Type 0 one has official art, just an official render.
Okay. Then that's a slight error on my part instead of using the render, but if they're basically the same, then whatever. Let's see the other fits here.
I just saw Type 0 Shiva. Oh, we may have a new contender
No,
for my
no, no,
least
don't-
favorite
we'll get there.
Shiva.
Okay, they reused the CC design for Type 0. Okay, thanks. Good thing we have one of the few Type 0
Also,
fans
I
here.
like the new 16th member of Organization 13, fucking Ritzif.
Which one
On the
do you
bottom right
mean?
there.
Bottom. Yeah, that's his sprite in either Dimensions or Dimensions 2. I can't remember. I think Dimension 2. It has to be 2 because that's not how Dimensions 1 really looked. Because I have played a little bit of Dimensions. I decided not to keep going because I realized
I love the fucking gacha edgy anime for it.
which
Bottom left looks like a fucking what's the name of that one Psy Games one that's not Grand Blue?
the pinball one?
No, not pinball. Fucking
Because
I
the
remember
first
there
one
was a
I think is
Dahlia
Uma
Lost
Musume or Uma Musume.
God, I fucking hate you.
Okay.
Because I remember like Rage of Bahamut. That's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyways.
Again, I can only remember because there was stuff from it in Dragalia
Okay.
Lost.
Actually, we were talking about the
and I
15
love
one.
Dragalia Lost.
I want us to focus on the one in the top right. I kind of feel like that's the 15 look done like in a crazier way.
No,
like
you just like edgy anime boys, Roman.
yeah,
But
but
not in the same way I like edgy anime.
No,
boys. There's a very strong distinction.
I
there.
want to be them. You want to bisexual them.
No, I definitely want to be. I definitely want to be the dominant of that. I don't. If you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
whatever. I
And
think
by that I mean I want them to be the dominant of me. That's beside the point.
yeah. Of these, actually, let me say, of all the spin-off ones, I think Tactics is my favorite. I mean, keep in mind, I said of the human ones, Crisis Core is my favorite of them. Is the base KHC Super Boss count as Ifrit? Because Nah, I
No, the thing is, like, I think the hilarious thing is the KH community barely even considers that a super boss, even less than
mean
Ifrit.
with
It's a
Remind
super
though,
boss because it was technically the only option.
it does in hindsight it does kind of look like the Crisis Core Type Zero Ifrit. So wait,
But again,
sorry, a little
it
bit
just
more.
looks like the fucking Invisibles, but with fire. I don't like it.
Yeah. Anyways,
That's beside the point.
I did not realize I'm only a little bit into World of Final Fantasy right now. It has 4 Ifrits. It has Lady Ifrit, Baby Ifrit, Teen Ifrit, Real Ifrit.
Yeah, they do that for a lot of them. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that like some of them were added with Maxima, which I haven't played at all.
Yeah.
Bottom right is cool. Bottom right looks like a cooler take on the 14 Ifrit.
This one. Yeah, I like that one. It's probably from Dimensions or something.
I think that one's my favorite of the spin-off designs.
Top left. Shit, I don't remember. I want to say that's Dissidia NT.
That looks like Explorers.
I'm being nice. You don't need to try to be nice to the KH3
You don't need to
Super
be
Boss.
nice to Inferno. You don't need to be nice to Dark Inferno.
It's
Is that what it's called? Did I remember the name?
like I'll say this, even though funny NovaZone man with big old KH video hasn't done a KH3 video. Nice to the Heartless. I mean, I like most Heartless. I mean, I figured my defense. I am probably allowed to never need to defend KH again at this point. I will eventually make a KH3 video, and spoilers, it's going to be pretty positive.
Yeah, that's the other thing is he kind of wants people to have a new Kingdom Hearts game to joke about being the worst, so he's not crucified for enjoying a video game that's meant to be enjoyable.
Yeah, like as soon as KH4 is out, I will get cracking. Sorry, as soon as I finish playing Kingdom Hearts 4, I'm going to get cracking on a KH3 video, why I like it, and all of that stuff. But
No, we are certified KH3 defenders. It's not our favorite, but like we like it.
it might be seconded. I mean, 2 is
It's
definitely my
probably
favorite.
third for me, but I'm also an irrational fan of Dream Drop.
Yeah.
Number
is that-
one Dream Drop shill.
Or things abused too much. It really does not deserve the abuse. Anyways,
That's the thing. A lot of people like. I don't want to be reductive to negative opinions because like I feel like that's an easy thing to do when something's overhated. But like, some people hate it because it's not KH2. Some people hate it because it's not what they wanted KH3 to be.
some people hate it because it
have
didn't
legitimate
end. And
Yeah,
it's
some
like
people hate it because they have legitimate criticisms of the narrative, and I think that is the issue of the Darkseeker saga as a whole, really only deciding its plot in the second to last game of its like 6-game run.
a debatably 6th game.
Because it really only decided what its plot was in Dream Drop.
Yeah, anyways, okay, so before we move to Ramu, I know we both said 16 is the best one. But how about
Second favorite is 8.
8? I was gonna say
third favorite.
let's do a little funsies. Favorite humanoid one, favorite beast, and we already know 16 for the lizard, so no points adding it. So
there's only 2 options and one of them sucks.
yeah, so 7. Sorry,
5.
Crisis Core is my favorite for the humanoids. You said 5.
5 entirely on Sprite.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, 8. Like
Don't be. I know you kind of wanted to say 10 to be a contrarian. No, it's 8.
a little bit like funny doggy Ifrit, cool, but I'm gonna go with 8. Like still jot down just 16 for both of us, but feel free to add a little 8 or whatever. You're the one jotting it down.
Wings #1 best design.
Of course.
Like, I'm joking. It's not that good, but like I think it's just the art style. I love Revenant Wings' art style, and again, it makes this look like so good.
The Yuzuru boss is so good, but
Actually, depending on how the plot of KH4 goes, there's a chance Noctis might be the Yuzora reject.
maybe. Anyways, now we're up to Ramu. He's another one who hasn't changed.
Man,
a
old
whole
men
lot.
with beard. Let's go.
Right now, we're gonna notice this. His power really comes from how long his beard is. So, anyways, Final Fantasy
like,
3.
When there's like dialogue options in 14, when you're like remembering Rama for the Eden Rama fight, there's something along the lines of like, I remember he was half man, half beard, and another half beard.
Oh wait, real quick, because all day I have heard you say that means Type 0 is your favorite by association. Yep, it's my favorite beast or human by association. Okay, all day you have been calling him Rama, but all the time I've known you, you've always said Ramu like everyone else.
I mean, I said Rama a few times solely as a joke.
Okay.
That's,
I was
that's what I've been
check-
saying. I've just been saying like Ramu, but like I'm not going too heavy on the Moo.
Okay, I just wanted to check because it's something you've only done today, and I wanted to make sure you didn't
No,
like.
if I've been calling him Rama, it hasn't been intentionally.
I wanted to make sure
It's
there
just
wasn't
been like
some
I've been
like
slurring my words.
hidden like mythical like I don't know ancient
Nah,
pantheon
that's
I
the
was
thing. You know,
missing.
there may be something like fucking like same thing with Shiva where it's loosely based off of Rama, but like
Okay.
no.
Anyways, so what we have
Yes,
so
old man
far,
with beard.
3. I just realized that wait, does he have hair in original 3? It's hard for me to. Okay, so Amano's art, he definitely has hair. Um, but in his sprite, it looks like they made him bald.
I mean, because I think there's no way to do that without just making it look like he's wearing a helmet.
I mean, I'm sure it's probably an NES limitation, because even by 4 they gave him hair. So, um,
Lots of old men with staves.
yeah. Of these so far, the one in 4-3, that's just the one from 9, really. But with less beard. Um,
Like out of all those there, I'd pick 4, but like they're all like the left 3 are the same.
yeah, I'm gonna say 4 2D so far. 5. Wait, let me compare it. 3. 5 is pretty much 3s, but with a longer beard.
And a cooler mustache, which therefore does make him better.
6, I think so far of what we've seen, ignoring 7 remake or 7, yeah, that was in remake. Wait, was Ramu only in Yuffie mode? Another thing on it, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I think of the first 7, I might like 6 the most.
I'm gonna say 5 because I like the funny mustache.
Fair. I think I'm also maybe giving a few extra points to 6 on account of it being the first time a summon was like actually important person to talk to, besides like, ooh, you get to fight me for finding me, but like Ramu actually like set you on your journey. Again, mostly designed, but
Although again, Bahamut 1 is cheating
yeah.
because summons didn't exist yet.
Exactly. Anyways, Rebirth so far, if we're gonna also count the one in Yuffie mode, that's the winner. Are you guys gonna talk about Knights of the Round yet? Or no,
we're not doing
'cause-
one-off summons.
Yeah, we're
Knights of the Round is about as one-off as it
yeah,
gets,
like y'all
sadly.
can probably guess from how long this is gone. We're just doing ones with 2 or more appearances. I am gonna make a little potentially I'll do a little comp video later, depends how I'm feeling on it. Not a comp video.
Honestly, like off stream, we could just do like a joking. Oh, let's talk about like the funny, haha, like
Yeah,
one-offs.
maybe if we still feel like talking at the end, maybe we'll just like scroll through the wiki of some one-offs for funsies, or this other site I found that nicely puts them together on a website that's not.
But also hasn't been updated in almost a decade.
Yeah, but we might talk about them for a little bit. But like, keep in mind the actual designs of one-offs in spin-offs usually don't change. There's like a few exceptions, but for the most part, they're pretty consistent. Like already when we looked at Madine and Maduin at the start, since those are like borderline one-offs, in their spin-off appearances, they were about the same. Anyway, so Ramu, Blue Boy over there. I guess that's winner. I kind of like him with the blue suit because it screams like electricity, you know?
Hold up, I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay.
Sorry to do this randomly.
Hit up 3 times in 7, 14, 15. Wait, was Knights of the Round summonable in 14, 15? Because the rule is that they need to be a summon twice. That was the baseline rule. We're just also talking about the ones that aren't summonable. If so, that's a mistake on my end. I assumed he was just in 7 as a summon. But also, when we get to Bahamut, that's going to be a little rougher on this stream, but you'll see why when we get there. Let me wait on Brendan so we can talk about 9 and 11.
Did Knights of the Round show up in 15? I mean, technically they did, if you want to call it that. Like, I don't...
Maybe.
Either way, yeah, like we kind of decide, like Roman said at the beginning, he's kind of talking about like summons.
Yeah, so like at the end,
so like if it has been a summon once and a boss twice, then like probably not.
Yeah. Anyway, so I forgot about a quick thing with Rama. Weird thing. Remember, he skipped 8 and 10, which is strange because
like Rama has always been like the top of the B strings. Like he's not quite A tier.
Yeah, but it's funny because, like, you know, when you say, oh, the fire, electric, and blizzard summon, you think Ramu, Ifrit, Shiva, but then Ramu skips a couple of games, and then, I. Okay, by the way, just real quick, up to where we're at, 9 is my favorite. That beard, that hand, he just looks so. I think Nine's art style, just lended itself so well to Ramu.
I love 11's JoJo pose.
Yeah, I put that in just for you. It's so
Thanks, BB.
it's I just want him to summon that stand. Anyways, the 11 one looks weird. It looks like a World of Warcraft
Stan,
character.
Shock the monkey.
His 11 looks like a World of Warcraft character. And
Yeah,
it's
the
an
11
MMO.
summon designs are strange.
Well, it obviously we're not going to go into that today because I didn't prepare a PowerPoint for it, but especially when you get to the enemies of 11, they did some weird shit. Like Cactuar in 11, Tonberry's in 11, they're just like so far from the usual. Anyway, so far 9's winning for me. Guess what game technically has Ramu in it?
Oh boy, is it 13?
Exactly. 13 technically has Ramu. He, again, is like in some flashback to something that happened in the past, or it was part of the funny hologram scene that they all watch at the not gold saucer. I think
God, the storm cloud pipe would have gone so
it's
hard.
so cool. That is so fucking rad. I hope they reuse that in another game eventually because I think it's cool. It's rad.
Honestly,
and
okay, considering 16 Sid, they missed a prime opportunity there.
Yeah, like water.
Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I so love that design on the left, and it's not even the one that was 100% used.
That's just like they just made like shitty Valkyrie Odin.
Like the one on the right is
it's boring.
something. Either way, it's not important to the game. It's barely there. I just figured again, I'm just counting it because man, 13 had so much potential, and I do like 13. It's not my favorite.
I gotta say, like looking at this in 15, I'm kind of glad 16 decided not to be too ambitious because ambition really did just kill the two Final Fantasies before it.
Yeah. Anyways, now we have 14 and 15. I put with each other. 14
And,
with the horse.
and again with the.
Can you explain the horse to me?
I gotta be honest, I can't explain the horse, but I love going back to my all of the Eden summons are just prototypes of 16. I love how from the waist up it's just Sid with a beard.
But then he's a horse. Why is there a centaur?
The thing is, I think it's supposed to be Ixion. Because like again, going from memories, that's probably something lightning.
And
Like I think that's supposed to be like Kieran's. It literally just looks like they took like neck down Kieran from Monster Hunter.
Make the staff a smoking pipe and boom, best Ramu design. Exactly. Like it's so cool.
Okay, looking at 14 and 15, what was up with them merging Ixion and Ramu? Because that's a fucking Ixion staff in 15.
Shit. Anyway, I will say that I think that first one for 14 with the big ass beard it's tough between that and 9. I'm not.
No. I think like 14's best primal designs are where it doesn't shake it doesn't shake things up too much.
Yeah.
Which is again why I like Titan. I like Ramu.
I think still so far, 9 is my favorite. If that
13, if it existed.
13's unused look, if it was real and they didn't go with what they did, it would have been an easy win. But they didn't use it. They half used it, and the part that they removed was A, the cool mask, and B, the smoking staff, which were the cool parts.
And it's like I also like how they have like the fucking like Raijin little like the interpretation of the drums too. Like that's that is just top to bottom an incredibly cool Thunder God design.
I just wish it was there. The Cloudbeard is a nice touch. Also, I love that 15 Ramu has Ixion on the staff. Yeah.
I literally never noticed that until now, but looking at that in Eden Ramu, yeah, they just decided like, man, Ixion was a summon from 10 people liked.
Yeah, I think 16 Ramu is very cool, but discussion would be mega spoiler filled.
And also, you don't really see it, unlike a lot of the other summons. A lot of the other summons have like a cool, memorable moment. You don't like Rama is the only dominant you never like fight
It,
or see fighting extensively.
and I think it might be it's between 16 and 9.
And I said Eidolon again. I meant Icon.
Yeah. It's between 16 and 9.
Also, can I just say that the 15 screenshot you picked there? I know there aren't many good like.
Oh yeah, it's
regular
crusty as
15
hell. It's
summons.
so crusty.
No, but like go back to it because I need to just say it looks like a Party City costume ad. Like you just see that on a front with like the caption of like Thunder Beard Man.
Happy Halloween. I think I'm gonna say 9 for Rama. Well, let's go through the spin-offs first. Revenant Wings.
I think I'm gonna say 5.
Really? Okay.
Just because like it's simple and I like it.
Actually, over here, I will discuss this. Still, my answer is probably 9, but
That's speaking of 9. That's just Sid from 9.
yeah.
What's he doing in Revenant Wings?
That's Sid from 9 up there, but he's called Ramu. Then there's regular tactics in the center, which is pretty much the same as the other ones, but he's a bit more like.
Just such a good art style.
It's such a good art style. And then the top right
like,
is.
I think the hat shading is what makes it for me. It's
Actually,
incredible use of hat shading.
What I will say, the one in the top right, I don't remember if that's from Tactics Advance or A2. I think it's neat. I think it is such a cool, like, it looks more regal, you know, like what an actual.
That's it looks like they were trying to tie it in more to like again like African Middle Eastern mythologies with the design.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know, something about it looks very like tribal shaman.
I could see that being in one of like some war during an old Greek myth story, you know?
Yeah.
And I like that. Then here's some spin-off looks, and what the fuck is Explorers doing with the goddamn lion face? I don't know if you can quite tell because, you know, I had to smallen it, but he has a lion face. Why? And
then just more beards. They just got more beards.
Then World of FF, Dimensions, not maybe more Dimensions. Shockingly, Ramu didn't seem to have too many Dimensions look, unless I put them over here, and they were so hard for me to tell what was going on because there was so much lightning on each of them. Even when I zoomed in before putting them on here, I could not tell what was up.
I like FF5 because funny mustache. Top left is too much funny mustache.
That is Dissidia.
The mustache has been singed.
Yeah, top left is Dissidia. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with 9 for my favorite Ramu.
I'm gonna go with 5. I'm gonna go with 5.
Okay.
Mainly because again, I think a lot of Ramus just look the fucking same.
Yeah.
Honestly, out of all of them, it is the single most unchanged summon design.
Honestly, I think what really makes it for 9 Ramu is this hand. It's just his big ol' hands make him look more creepy and old.
Me when I fucking get you.
Yeah. I get the appeal of 5 though. Yeah, anyways, let's go to Shiva. Hey.
Oh man, are we ready for women?
Are you ready for women that happen to be in a mobile game?
And also, are you ready for a lot of half-naked women?
You know, anyways, before we get in, I want to point this out. Shiva in her initial form really was not as feminine as she is in later games. Because if we look at the initial,
I think they were going for again like that kind of like the Hindu god Shiva, who was male but was meant to be like, you know, the very beautiful, kind of like representative of everybody.
Well, if you get more into it, like since the Hindu god was meant to represent everyone, I believe there's also some tales where it's a bit more genderless. And
because Shiva's got that Zeus thing where he's like Shiva's just whatever the current story needs him to be.
Right, and
except usually more humanoid. I also, again, full disclosure, I do not know the most about Hinduism.
Right.
Probably fuck him. I'm gonna stop discussing actual Shiva here because if I go any further, I'm just gonna be citing Shin Megami Tensei, which is like the mythology equivalent of citing Wikipedia on your essay.
Right. Anyways, yeah, that's why I put in both. You've noticed, like, whenever we start talking about someone, I put in the Amano art. But here I decided to put in the Amano art and the Nomura art, just for a bit of a contrast on how there is a
They
point
just
when
gave her. I'm just now noticing more did just give her a fucking garter belt.
yeah, we'll get there, but like they
You
did
are
just
you horny fuck.
when they went 3D, they decided that they're going to be less ambiguous about their gender. And even this is a shock. I don't know what's up here. Like, to be clear, I took pretty much all of these from the FF wiki.
That's the element. We're going to see Shiva comes in 2 flavors: cool ice nymph and sexy woman.
But then here's Three's
And
manga,
then
which what is up with that? It's straight up a man, like no question about it. That is a masculine figure, buff as shit.
Roman man hater.
Oh my
Can
God.
people just not be men anymore?
You know what? Yeah, no more men. Everyone
Men have
has
had
to
a
be
very hard time of it just this relatively recently in some circles.
right. Exactly.
You can't just say that. If you actually have that belief, fuck yourself. Get out of this stream.
Sorry.
Moving on now from that bad joke.
Yeah. Anyway, so if we go to 3, we can see that they have the weird spiky top head going on that's supposed to look like just icicles. 3D kept that.
For jester hat. For jester hat.
Yeah. Wait, before we get there, the funny thing with 3D
Those
is
are
like
so bad.
it is pretty damn accurate to the original 3, except since it's a 3D game and you can't have one sprite facing one direction, they had to decide what's on their chest. It's sexy
the other
either
way,
way.
so it tracks. You see, that's what I was going to say before I went in my completely unfunny
Right,
fuck MRA's joke direction.
Anyways, I think like yeah, I now that I'm looking at the 3 both versions of 3, I guess I get that like once they went 3D, they kind of had to decide like what's
Honestly, out of the ice nymph designs, like I was mentioning, where like before they just settled on traditionally sexy woman and they tried to be like kind of like beautiful, elegant, like kind of like great fairy-esque. I think 3D is going to be my favorite. It's going to be hard to top that, including like the Nomura stuff.
yeah.
Because I'm gonna. Here's the thing, Shiva for a cold ass character, I'm gonna have some hot ass takes. Like,
Yeah. So far, I think of my favorite. I really like the 4 3D design. I just think
I really don't. I kind of
Really?
hate it.
I kind of like
It's like
just the
I like that it's not just a look sexy woman, but like I don't know, it's just something about it. Just I'm not a fan.
I kind of like how there's not a clear distinction between the most of her cloth and skin, or like, is it part of her body? Is it something she's
Yeah,
wearing?
like because like they're trying to make it like a woman lost in a snowstorm or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. The 3 manga, I love how that is taking up like a third of the screen.
Right. I mean, because most of these sprites are so tiny.
AU where Shiva is a weird femboy hunk instead of being a sexy woman.
Well, keep in mind, okay, even like most of the sprites we've seen from these 3D, I understand that, yeah. Like I get the appeal. Keep in mind, most of these sprites that I'm putting in here, I am blowing them up like size wise because they're like 16 pixels by 16. Anyways, let's move on.
I don't like any of these. I've never been a fan of any of these.
Honestly, I like 7, but I did initially play. I think 7 was the first one I beat.
It's like again,
so...
Shiva feels like the start of the shift where they're shifting away from Ice Nymph and like they just start going like, we should probably put some actual Shiva in here, and they decided to do that by giving her the forehead gem and nothing else.
Well, I think what we should also focus on, maybe the way the hair works for a second, because like 3 and 4, it's clearly supposed to be pointy.
7 is the dynamic shift in hair.
Yeah, because like let's remember, ignore 3D and 4 3D because that's well after 7. But like they were doing spiky ice in all of the pixel art games,
for like pixie nymph style.
Yeah, well, I guess really 6 is when it kind of shifts because like 3, 4, 5, you can almost interpret it like her hair is ice. Like 5, it's pretty
like
clear.
A crown or something.
Yeah, like then 6, they decided let's make her hair green, which is there's no way to really interpret that other than it's actually her hair. And then 6 was they decided she's a female now, no androgyny one way or the other. And And then
What the Shiva section is going to prove is that I'm the most prude degenerate the world has ever seen.
I'm less, but some people think I am because I make one little comment in videos every so often. I'm like, maybe this was too far, but you know.
And also the fact that I will never let Roman live down the fact that he recommended me both Rent a Girlfriend and Hyperdimension Neptunia at different points in our friendship.
I was different back
That was
then.
very fun.
I was different back then. Anyway, so favorite so far. I know you said 3D. I think
I'm still 3D.
I might go. I'll just suck it up and say 7. I like the 7 look. Whatever.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, bro, don't be ashamed. Like I said,
Yeah,
my
whatever.
Shiva
I'm
opinions
gonna grab
are
her tits.
very
Whatever.
spicy.
Anyways,
Bro, you're doing this to yourself at this point. What the fuck?
yeah, anyways, 8 and 9.
Eight's. I've always liked Eight's design as a broad strokes, but like that yellow hair should be purple. Why is there yellow? Who peed on the ice? Who took a tinkle on the ice hair?
I think 8 looks a little too alien to me. But also, just real quick for anyone who's staring, these two at the bottom for 9, those are unused. I just put them in for funsies. But 8, it's just the hair's a little too alien. I think it's just they wanted to do different from 7, and like, you know, I know you said you're not a big fan of 7s, but at the end of the day, the 7 design is functional. It gets across what the character is.
Yeah,
it is a
honestly, eight just looks like Ice Siren.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it looks so much like Ice Siren that sometimes when I start FF8, I assume I start with Siren because I forget that it's Shiva.
Yeah.
Because they look so similar, and Siren is the one I prefer.
Anyways, actual winner of what we've had so far is 9, because I feel like it is the perfect amalgamation of both the clear female look and the old sprite-based look. It turns the spiky ice hair into a crown. It gives her the hair. Still clearly a feminine figure, which I think is more important when you remember that most summons are clearly male-coded.
Yeah, going back ways, that's the other reason I said that I'm fine with Garuda being the wind stand-in, is that it provides a kind of nice balance of clearly men, clearly women, and animal.
Yeah, because we've mentioned this before, besides like the actual main character, which in most Final Fantasies is a man, like they're pretty good at balancing the character like between male or female, ignoring, you know, like 15, 16, which like we've talked about
13 this, really goes, oh no, this woman is getting too much agency. We need to give her powers to Clive.
Maybe that's why they had Pinello in 12. Anyways, also the unused ones at the bottom. This one's supposed to be like Shiva child form. I'm wondering if that would have been like a Shiva you meet on the overworld. And we also have this new Siva, which would have gone back to the more would have gone back to
OC.
Shut up.
Archie Sonic OC.
This would have gone back to the more androgynous look for Shiva. I'm glad they didn't do it because I love the final 9 design we got.
Also, I just realized you're doing a lot of shit with your mouse cursor. Your mouse cursor is not on stream.
Oh, I have been. How'd you know?
Because I have the stream open on one monitor and the Discord call open in the other one.
Oh, okay. Anyways, let's move on.
10 Shiva I like. I really like so 10 cool. Shiva.
I think the 10 design for Shiva is the first one that like really did something unique with the female thing. It also has the new hair. It's so wavy. Like,
I think that's the thing. I think the thing with 10 designs overall is they're going for a very like ancient South American, like Mesopotamian, Aztec. I do not know enough to firmly say which one it is based on, but it's kind of based on the general vibes. And I kind of love how they took like other cultural inspirations for the 10 Shiva.
Yeah. Like, it's just so neat. That might be my favorite so far. I fucking love that look. I think the other thing with a lot of 10 designs we gotta remember, they look so good in motion, because that was also the first time when they needed to design these summons to stay on the field for a significant period of time. Remember before they were all just cut scenes where they come in and then they go. Well, in 10 they have to stay there for a bit. And so like if you look at Shiva and Ifrit specifically, like kind of the way they flow with like Shiva's hair, like Ifrit's hair and beastly bits are just cool, which, you know, I can't really show on a PowerPoint very well because it's a fucking PowerPoint. There's no motion here unless I'm sure there's some way to do it. Either way, um, 11 Shiva, kind of a miss. Woman's power slowly killing her, and she literally hates that part of herself. So there's basically no downside to her giving them to Clive, but that's just me. My real take on 16 would be too spoilery to say on this stream, but I mostly like that story. Either way, let's move on with 11 first. What do you think of 11?
Oh yeah, no, reading Pedro's thing. No, my opinions are complicated. I think I'd be more in line with yours if there weren't a kind of weirdly endemic issue with the women in 16 of constantly getting side shafted, which I do not think is intentional. I just think it's an unfortunate recurring coincidence. 11's design, I like it. Honestly, when we get to the 14 design, this kind of feels like what they were going for with the 14 design, but it doesn't have the stupid massive ice crown.
Yeah, still so far I'm gonna say 10. This one from 11,
Yeah,
it's
still
sleek.
10 so far.
I'll give 11, it's super sleek. I like that.
It is elf woman.
Yeah. 13, let's talk about that.
Okay, let's just really quick, let's both give us a whole thing. We're allowed to say the word scissor once throughout the remainder of this section. Continue.
Okay.
Same for lesbian. We are not allowed to say the words lesbian or scissor more than once.
Okay, so here's the deal. Beforehand, you had one Ice Babe. What if you had two Ice Babe?
Bayonetta and John.
Is this the
Fly me to the moon.
I'm gonna give this.
Let me play
Oh, wait,
among
Brendan,
the stars.
I'll give this, and I'm gonna say this about a few of the things in 13. At the very least, a lot of them are memorable enough where if there's some kind of crossover game, they might double up and have the 13 summon as well. And by that, I just mean Shiva, Odin.
And Odin, yeah.
Yeah, and there's gonna be, I think there was a bunch of like cards and stuff for like Alexander from 13 that I just didn't put in here because you know there's already so much.
Also, I'm gonna say this now really quick. The 13 one, probably one of my favorites. One of the worst Shiva designs.
Yeah, it doesn't scream Shiva.
It literally only says Shiva because blue used by Snow and the word Shiva is on screen.
Yeah, well, because it doesn't show up on screen here, but the individual sisters do have different names. It's like, I don't know, Ixis and Nixis or something. 13 is creative. I will give it that. 13 is very creative. I wish we could have seen that creativity synthesized into a more cohesive thing. But I like this one. It's just not really Shiva. It's like a secondary. It's like, I don't know, if you had another main Shiva and then these were Shiva's helpers, maybe it works a bit better to me, you know? But you know,
that's right. Their names are Styria and Nyx, but Styria is probably a mistranslation of Soteria.
Okay.
So essentially they're based on Greek gods. 14 Shiva. Left and right are the same design. I am not a fan. Middle one is Eden Shiva. I am a huge fan. I really like Eden Shiva.
Eden Shiva, it's neat. It is just, I don't know.
Here's the thing. We're getting to the part where they stop making Shiva and start making Shiva white woman.
I don't know. It's just Elsa. Whatever. I just like the more out there look. Because you know it's a fantasy game, and this is fine. It's good. It's Ice Queen look.
I guess like the one thing I like about 14 Shiva is that this is kind of an issue with future Shivas is like future Shivas go way too hard on white being the dominant color, and it just kind of makes them like all blend in. And, like I get it, it's ice, it's snow, it's white, yada yada. But like I like the dark blues on Shivas.
I think going back to
and that ice crown is really stupid.
Going back to, if you recall, I kind of liked how 4 3D had the clothes not look like it was quite cloth. It might have been part of her skin. And I think just giving her real clothes kind of, it grounds her in reality and like earthly desires too much for me. Like, you know, if you wear clothes, you bought them at the store. Well, like Shiva, if it's going to be based on a Hindu deity, I feel like I want them to
Yeah.
feel more
Yeah, that's the
beyond
thing, like
worldly
a
desire.
lot of the early Shivas that were like less nymph like, they all did have like dancer attire.
Right.
Because like, oh, Hindu like dancing, that's a thing.
Yeah, we don't have to dwell on that comment.
No, no, I'm going to say this. I do mean that in the loosest. I am a underpaid, overworked Japanese game developer trying to help make a design for a character based on a Middle Eastern or a character of Middle Eastern mythology.
Right. I'm just not super wild about the clothes on Shiva.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
prefer if
hey,
it's
speaking of, we're about to get to 15 one, which is man, very popular for two specific reasons.
Yep. I'm not entirely sure what this one in the top right is from. It must be some other game because that's
I'm pretty sure that's from the fucking pinball game.
yeah, but it was listed on the FF wiki next to the 15 look. This is a weird one. I know this is the crustiest fucking render I could have put in here.
Because again, they don't have any good renders in art of a lot of things in 15 that aren't The Boys and Luna Freya.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say it again. It's like whatever. It's a hot woman, but it's just a woman in sexy clothes.
My thing is, I know I just said I kind of like when I'm not sure what's clothes and what's not. I think if they were good, to be fair, I'd rather.
Yeah, no, Pedro, you're exactly right about that. But like, there are some games where it's clear they want to go a little bit more in like the oh man Shiva direction, but like that's not many.
I think it was more common in the early games because, out of all the like deities that they name something after, I think Shiva is the most like popular one, like on a global scale. I mean, obviously, you and me, we're white Americans living in America. Most people we talk to on the street are usually going to be Christian of some kind, but globally, out of any of the gods they've chosen to name a character after, I think Shiva would be one of the most revered.
Yeah, I think okay. Let me phrase it like this. Imagine if like Odin Final Fantasy, imagine if that had like no Odin things based on it, but like it was based on like fish cakes, but it was still called Odin. You'd still wonder why they don't add more Greek stuff onto it.
Looks like the Type 0 Shiva. Well, you see, I know it's not the Type 0 Shiva because we see feet, which is not a part of Type 0 Shiva. But also keep in mind, 15 and Type 0 were both originally worked off of, the Fibula Nova stuff. But either way.
Yeah, also one thing about the design that I think might be unintentional, but if it's intentional, it's cool. Shiva is the only one of the gods that is trying to blend in among human society, and I like that the hair looks vaguely crane-like for that reason.
Oh, wait, sorry, you went off a minute ago, and my ADHD made me forget the thought I was going to say. Earlier I said I like in 4 3D how they have it looks like the clothes is blending in. I feel like here, yes, they're going for the same idea, but since this is a fully 3D Mega HD game.
Also, when you see her in person, the tits are incredibly prevalent.
Yeah, they make it clear what's the clothes and what's not. And I think if they were going to do that, they should have done the same deal as like 7, where like the clothes are clearly a different color.
Look, all I'm saying is that she was hotter when she was a blind goth chick.
Gotcha. And so the face and the clothes. Yeah, no, that's clearly not the same clothes on that design up there. I don't know why it's listed
Why were you
together.
looking at her feet, bro? Look, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Anyways, here's 16. Deserved more. I loved her. Not a favorite.
Hey, remember how I said I liked Eden Shiva? Hey, look at what was also looked like a beta prototype for the 16 design.
Yeah, I think this is a really good design, but again, like I said, I'm not a big fan of the whole bunch of clothes on Shiva.
I think it looked better in motion, where it kind of did a better job of like looking like a flowing cloak.
Yeah.
Like, because again, I feel like it was meant to invoke more like being surrounded by a giant ice crystal.
Yeah, but here's the thing, given that the story, if we're going to have a female character in the game suddenly henshin into a deity, we can't just also have them henshin all their clothes off. I don't think that would have worked quite well.
Roman, Clive turns into Godzilla.
Yeah, but he still has his clothes on when he's done. Anyways, let's get into spin-offs for Shiva. Hey, you want to know?
Revenant Wing Shiva, my beloved, the only good sexy woman Shiva. Because, like, what the fuck? It is so egregiously stupid. I love it.
I want us to wait a minute, let's talk about this. Ivalice has 3-4-ish different Shivas. In the far left, obviously we have the Revenant Wings. Shiva's human avatar kind of looked like Nox's mom.
You see, okay, I'm gonna end discussion of 15 Shiva's plot here because it is minor spoilers, but spoilers nonetheless, and Roman hasn't played it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Whatever. Let's say the Ivalice thing. So Revenant Wings Shiva it's something. It looks like, it's kind of ironic.
Again,
She looks
I
like
kind of love it for the sheer audacity. Like they knew what people want from Shiva. It's just a fucking white woman in a bikini.
Yeah, but I think what is funny about it is like, it's like, ooh, I'm a bikini babe, and where do bikini babes hang out, Brendan? The beach. You know what's not beachy? Snow mountains. You know where Shiva would live? Snow mountains. So
Yeah,
it's like
also, jokes aside, I really like the color scheme, and I think the tattoos actually do add a lot to like kind of helps it blend into the snowflakes on the inside of the cloak. There's things I actually really like about the design, but yeah, what the fuck were they thinking? But also, I kind of love it.
Yeah, funny on that, the Sprite version is green, which is probably a, DS limitation more than anything. Opisuna eye emoji.
I really like the just basic whatever the middle one is. The middle one's also pretty cool.
Middle one, the knight, I think it's cool because you don't see, like, is that really Shiva? Not really.
Like that's the I think out of any single page you've shown me, this one is like the best Shivas overall on average.
Right, because we have babe with little clothing.
We have weird we have weird setting feminism back design. Like the kind of beautiful nymph look.
Hey, but she's proud of herself, and that means it's setting it forward, Brendan. I think you're setting it back by saying women can't dress this way. Huh.
That's right.
That's right. I pulled it back on him. Where was I about to say? Now, this knight, I don't think there's any other knight. Like, Shiva's never been knightly in the main games, which is
I was gonna say, like, again, the closest she's come is 16, but that's just because she has Ice Sword. Like, that's the thing, there's a few Shivas with Ice Swords, and saying it out loud, it's the Yoshi P games. The Yoshi P games give her Ice
and
Sword.
This one, I think this is Tactics Advance, and then that one's like Crystal Defenders or something.
It's a very cool design. Not Shiva, but a very cool design.
Like, order of release on these, it would be, like manga order. I think this one in the top right, top right, that one is from Tactics. The one below is, I believe, the PSP version of Tactics. The middle is Tactics A2 or Tactics Advance. Far left is Revenant Wings. Opisuna, your cousin sent me the complete case video. Now I'm here. Yeah, welcome. We are talking about every single Final Fantasy summon, and you're here nearing
Except for
on
a lot of them.
Well, sorry, every single summon that is summonable more than 2 times.
Because we do not want to talk about Remora for 5 minutes.
Right.
It's a fish.
It's just a fish. And you came in at the part with most non-clothed women. Anyways, let's pull to the next tab with more.
Oh god, the Dimension Shiva really just makes me sad we didn't have Mega Sisters, because like,
yeah, I want to point out,
Sam.
Any other time I've had stuff from Dimensions, I've shared it with other spin-off stuff. This is only in Dimensions and Dimensions 2. And I also want to point out, the only one from Dimensions 1 here is that tiny sprite in the top right corner. That's from Dimensions 1. The rest are Dimensions 2. To my knowledge, Dimensions
the middle one looks like a fucking like Azure Lane character.
Yeah, like Dimensions 2, to my knowledge, is just straight up a gacha game. I have not played them too much because I was going to say this earlier before you interrupted me, and then the ADHD happened. I have attempted to play Dimensions 1 on my phone before, but the issue is, most of the times I'm playing a phone game is when I'm taking a shit. And hey, you know what takes roughly the amount of time to take a shit? 1 random encounter. So I do 1 random encounter, I'm done shitting, and then I'm done playing. And then if I'm not playing the game on my phone, it's like, oh, well, I'd rather just play a Final Fantasy game on a handheld system or on a console system. Anyways, let's actually...
Off the bottom left, shoutouts to goth chicks.
Yeah, that's Dark Shiva.
Should have been what 15 Shiva looked like.
That's Dark Shiva. Top left, I don't I don't think they all had a name.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's just like Shiva, but like with her fucking like limit broken or whatever.
I feel like the one right under the word dimensions, it looks fishy.
Quite literally, like that's like Siren. That's the new Siren
It
design.
straight up looks like a fish woman. Like if you told me
Like,
that's
honestly, the vibes as a whole kind of looks like the Mermaid Queen from that Shantae game.
if you told me that's a Zora in Zelda, I would believe you. Um, I think I am very confused by the Chinese looking one with the Qipao on because like w- that's not what
Again, Azure Lane looking ass character.
like I guess I think there is a reasonable amount of Hindus in China, but it's not the main religion there. But whatever. I just think it's funny how many there are in just Dimensions 2 alone. Anyways, here's the other spin-offs. First of all, top left, there's the one from Dissidia NT, which is I don't really dig the thing behind her. I'm guessing that's story important somehow, but I think it's
I think they just want to give her a cool collar.
maybe it's just it looks like technology, and with Shiva, I don't think she should have like a whole bunch of technology on her. Like even the ones that I said were like too much, like 14 and 16. It's still just a woman in a suit with a sword. So the same kind of goes for the other ones on this side. Now the one exception I'm gonna give to this, Pedro, shout outs to your favorite. God, this Type Zero Shiva, just the skates is wild. It's such a design. I dig it. Like she's got the skirt. She looks like an actual figure skater, which is
I
such
was
a
gonna say
cool
that's
design
like
to take it in.
it's a weird choice. Like that's the thing is like I think like I've mentioned I've made this very abundantly clear, but like the Shivas that look entirely like human women, not my favorite. But like what the fuck? That's just like you know those like various mecha shows where it's like it's not less like a mech and more like it's girls with like transforming armor.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like something you'd see from that's reached season 3 and is desperately trying to sell merch.
Yeah, is that the last spin-off one? Nope, there's more.
They made sure to go to the last page. They made sure to specify that she is in fact wearing panties.
Yes. Because Japanese players would have tried really hard to tell if it actually. Okay, weird thing with Final Fantasy Type Zero that I do know. Um, every single female character is wearing a differently colored panty, and that was
You
a
don't
choice.
understand it. It's crucial to the plot.
But just so you know, you can't call it sexist because a female game designer made that decision. This is documented for some reason. Anyways, more spin-off. There's two
Also,
cards.
I like how World of Final Fantasy decided to include a stand-in for the 13 Shivas. That's neat. That's nifty.
Yeah, it's like both of them mixed together,
Also,
I think.
World of Final Fantasy Shiva, underrated Shiva. I really like that Shiva.
I do too. I want to get further into World of
I think
FF.
it's the one that does like the just typical Ice Queen look and does it best.
Yeah.
Because like I think that's the split down the middle. Is like I would have Ice Queen Shiva and I would have like Dancer Nymph Shiva. I think out of like the Ice Queen Shiva, World of Final Fantasy might unironically be my favorite.
Really? Okay. What am I gonna say? Actually, this one that's from the Chocobo games. I know, crusty as hell JPEG.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good one.
I like that one.
Honestly, that's kind of like I really like that look. I genuinely really like that.
Yeah. This one in the middle that looks like a Magic the Gathering card.
Not all of them. One of them were. Yeah. That's like I forgot. That's either the one that looks like lightning or the one with the scythe.
One of them wears shorts between her skirt.
Technically, they're spats.
Okay, whatever, dude.
One on the right is just a Grand Blue Fantasy card.
Yeah, that's clearly it was.
That just looks like Grand Blue.
That's something you want people gotchaing for. Yeah. Anyways, favorite Shiva. Oh, God, this is legitimately one of the hardest.
Wait, shit again. Was there something between Ramu and Shiva? Or have we just been talking about Shiva for half an hour?
We have just been talking about Shiva for half an hour.
Fair. We kind of got sidetracked by the dude.
Yeah, there's so much. Anyways, I think I'm gonna go with. It's between 9 and 10 for me. I'm gonna go with 10.
All right, 10 sweep.
Yep.
The one with the whip. Oh, what's
Wait, which
was
one had
that?
the whip?
Was that? No, that was Queen, I think.
Okay. Anyways, now it's time for Odin.
All right, so 13 wins. Next one. We're on to
No,
Bahamut.
no, we gotta go through these. All right, so original Odin in 3. He's got the
Man with
shield, the
gold
sword.
armor.
Then it's whoa, whoa, whoa. He swapped which hand he holds each in 3D. Could this be due to the third dimension warping his dominant hand?
Or is it because they made the enemy sprite and then mirrored it for the battle sprite
Yeah.
and fixed that for all future games?
Okay, on this screen on its own,
4 3D.
yeah, I really like 4 3D.
I don't like weird face mask Odin, and I think that's the one they use for Opera Omnia. So like,
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 4 3D so far. Now I'm going to say 5.
same. The 6 Odin is a little too cluttered, and honestly, like the existence of Raiden just makes me not care about 6 Odin.
But here's what I'm gonna say really makes 5 work for me. Now, what's something missing in 5 that's on the other ones?
Shield. Oh
A
man, this dude's
shield.
just going for it.
'Cause-
Honestly, 5 did kind of make him very Spartan.
Yeah, 5, like, this man is proud. He's ready. He's going into battle because he doesn't need to shield any shit. He's got a sword that's in Tetsukin's. He kills. Like, that's his deal. It's no question he's gonna win. Yeah, with 6, I agree. Honestly, I should have added Raiden on here because it's just better Odin, but realistically, you know, it's not called Odin. Just so y'all know, this part that we're looking on right now, I put together this part of the PowerPoint literally not even 30 minutes.
Literally 20 minutes before the call.
Yeah, literally 20 minutes before the call.
Anyways, so you see what we do for Bahamut. 7 Odin is just it's another dude in gold armor.
But I do think this is when they started to like really figure out how it is, because let's go back.
This is also
for a
where they started getting. No, they gave Sleipnir extra legs and other ones. It's just more obvious.
Because if we go back here, they weren't quite in decision on like, you know, does he have a sword, a shield, or what? And now I think he never has a shield again. Yeah, he's just sword. Besides sword and spear sometimes. Like from now on, he's like ready for fights and shit. Like he's not scared. Also, the middle one, that is the Crisis Core, which I think is too samurai looking. It's Odin. He should be, if anything, Norse. Not a big fan of the Japanesey one. Wait, actually, oh wait, focus on the Sleipnir on Crisis Core. Does he have extra legs? Wait, oh yeah, 7 also has extra. He has 6 legs on every iteration of 7 except Remake, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah. This is when I guess the multiple legs started to set in because it was just 4, but wait, on 5 it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legs in FF5.
And then 6 just has the 1. There has 2. You can only see 2.
Yeah, it's I think there's
This
some
is the rare bipedal horse, but it's not bipedal like humans are bipedal. It's like bipedal if humans had 1 arm and 1 leg.
Yeah, either way, favorite so far. Again, I said 5. Yeah, just 5 so far.
I mean, here's the thing. You move to another page. I'm gonna have to say 9.
Okay, cool. You don't have to think. I think I'm also gonna go with 9. It's just his chest is
like,
so
I'm going
damn
to say
big.
this now, but like, I don't like black armor Odin. Odin, in my mind, is white and gold. Like super heavily black armored Odin's just like you just wanted to make a Death Knight. You stop making Odin, you've just made a Dark Knight.
He should be Norse, but his sword is named fucking Zentetsuken. Odin's a wee bit every. Odin is a
literally
Norse
motherfucker's got the iron cutting sword. Hell yeah.
That's right. It's just a Norseman who watched a lot of anime. I don't know why.
English-speaking countries when they need to make a movie about samurai for Hollywood.
It's kind of close between 8 and 9 for me, because I just love those horns.
Honestly, 8 and 9 are like the same broad strokes designed with a different horse and helmet.
I think 9 it's kind of a similar idea with what I said on 5, where I feel like in 5 he looks so proud of himself and like ready to fight because that's the first one without a shield. And then 9 with his puffed out chest, I think makes it more clear that he is, the king of the gods. That's who he
And
is.
I also love the armor design that's meant to look like rippling chest muscles.
Yeah, it's 9's my favorite so far. Now here's 11. Whatever.
AKA, they designed the judges, thought this was cool.
Yeah, it just
and then
looks like
put
the
them in
judges
11.
from 12. It's fine, whatever.
Which honestly, for all we know, could be the lore.
It might be. 13. Wow, this is certainly something I was not able to fit in enough images.
You know what? Honestly, whenever I think 13 Odin, I think, wow, cool, because I just think about the horse and the sword. Human Odin kind of mid, horse Odin top tier.
Like, horse Odin, so cool. I love that you actually get to ride Odin.
Jet horse Odin.
Yeah, human Odin just, it has the shield.
Every time I genuinely forgot about human Odin.
And
my mind is always filled in horse Odin.
And you can also tell that this is when I was running close to when the stream was going to start because I'm not putting backgrounds behind everything. But also there was, I don't remember if his name is like Dark Odin, Nightmare Odin, whatever.
Nightmare Odin, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, this is the one used by, I think Caius used him for a fight somewhere. I don't quite remember.
He probably doesn't turn into a horse, so what's the point?
Yeah, like the idea of riding Odin is so rad. It's so awesome.
Well, like that's the thing. Out of all of like the vehicle Eidolons, I feel like Alexander and Odin are tied for peak.
I think what helps them though is like they are the most like kind of inspired designs in terms of like taking what they've already done. Because
because I love like Alexander is like all the other ones are vehicles. No, Alexander is a fucking turret.
Right, Alexander is
you don't start up and ride Odin. You sit down and fight with Odin.
Yeah, because this is the third one from 13. Yeah, the third one we talked about from 13. And like Shiva, it's it turns into a motorcycle, which they had to turn Shiva into 2 women to do it, and then they scissor each other to do it, and like
hey, we used our one use.
I know, I did.
Will now get us banned from YouTube.
Right. And it's an idea. It's cool in the game, but like, what does that have to do with Shiva before then? Well, with Alexander and Odin, and to a certain extent Bahamut, when we get there, he's the only one we have left after this. They're taking from an idea pre-existing for the characters. Alexander is a castle tank knight hybrid. Odin rides a horse.
In Odin, you have your choice of Odin or Sleipnir.
Which Odin with Valkyrie Lightning?
No. The cold open of 13-2 is genuinely what saves the 13 series.
Like, I fucking love 13-2. I really enjoy 13-2.
Good save.
Yeah.
It's really funny because like I feel like if you were to ask like Roman which he prefers, 13 or 13-2, he'd probably base it off of whichever he played most recently, and by that I mean he'd pick the other one.
Yeah. Maybe. I right now, when I haven't played any of the 13 games since I made that Lightning Returns video like 4 or 5 years ago, whatever. And I don't agree with most of what I said in that video anymore. I still keep the general sentiment of I'm not a big fan of Lightning Returns.
It's wild that it's been 5 years. It's
right.
wild that it's been 5 years.
Yeah. But given that it's been 5 years since I've played any of the 3, right now I can say my ranking would be 2-1 Lightning Returns. With a pretty big gap between 1 and Lightning Returns.
And question, have you happened to put on 13 at all for any footage gathering in the last 2 years?
Yes, I have. I turned on 13 and 13-2 for the Crystal Bears video.
Which one did you play second?
I don't I think I played 13 second.
Yes! The point stands.
Either way, I think if Odin didn't have a shield in 13, it would be a viable favorite.
But then where would the horse ass go?
Exactly. I guess that's true. Just because
it's the horse ass shield.
Like, now that I've thought of it from a narrative sense, I like Odin more without the shield.
The
Anyways,
video essayist has entered the stream.
yeah, anyways, when I googled it, it said that this art from a certain Final Fantasy 15 spin-off type of thing is probably Odin, so it's included. It's really just a
I think that's also the fucking pinball game.
okay, well, either way, it's there. We really can't judge it, but just for completion's sake, it's in the PowerPoint. Now there's 14.
You
and
know what? I'm just now realizing that like we talked about like the Odins that stray away from Norse.
Mhm.
I just realized with 14 Odin, I think they were trying to make Lubu.
Maybe.
Because I'm just looking at it, and they just gave Odin red hair. Like the horse red hair.
Yeah. You think Lightning Returns?
And the lore is that he's meant to be the unstoppable ancient primal warrior. They just made Lubu.
Yeah. Oh wait, you think Lightning Returns has the best comment hopefully? I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't entirely agree. I've seen a lot of people say that Lightning Returns has the best combat of the three. But I don't know, like, the combat is not my issue with Lightning Returns, if that puts it more into perspective. I think my it's more of a narrative cohesion, and I think as a
and the gameplay structure, right?
yeah, like
That's
the
other big
gameplay
one.
structure and the narrative is more so my problem. The gameplay itself, like the combat when you get into a battle, I don't have major issues. I think it's fun.
I gotta say, I played the shit out of the Lightning Returns demo because like the combat's just fun.
Yeah, like I think it's fun. I
Especially
think
when you're a 13-year-old who hasn't played better action RPGs.
yeah, my only gripe is I do wish that they just did a full fusion of what worked in 13.1 and what worked in 13.2 for because I like 13.1 and 2's general combat mechanics. The main issue is just that 13.1 takes so long for the combat to get good because it's like 15 hours for the combat to get good, and then even then it's still 15 more hours of pretty linear stuff, and by then I don't want to do the open world anymore. I want to just stay on my little railroad.
And also, Roman and I have talked a ton since he made the 13 video about like various Final Fantasy gameplay things, and we kind of came to the realization that like the 13 ATB is really not as much of a departure as many people think it is.
Yeah, I think more so the departure is just that you only control one character.
Yeah.
I think especially when you include 10-2 into the evolution, 10 like going 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-2, 12, 13 is much cleaner than if you went 1 to 9, 12, 13. And ignoring 10 because it's not ATB. Anyways, 14.
Yeah. 10. Honestly, 10 was one of the first like JRPGs that really went all in on the like kind of like the rolling time battle.
Yeah, because like Disgaea would do that afterwards, right? Oh, that's a tactics game.
No. Disgaea was player phase, enemy phase.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Either way, okay, 14, I think it's just too black. I think the distinction between Odin and Sleipnir should be a little cleaner, because if we go back to the other ones...
Like I said, the armor's also just a little bit over-designed. Like, I remember when we were talking for a while, I was like, wow, I really like the 14 Odin design. No, I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking. I think I just like the helmet. I think I like the Odin helmet and nothing else.
If we go back, there is a clear distinction. Even like in 3, it's like yellow Odin, blue Sleipnir. Obviously, in the 3D games, it's not as big of a deal, but there's still a distinction, or actually, hiccups. 1 second. In the original 4 sprite, I kind of like that the head and Sleipnir are the same color, and then the middle torso is different. And I believe, okay, 9 did not do that.
Yeah, I think the auto battle is really, the auto battle would be really good if it was like a hit triangle to auto battle.
Yeah.
And then like press X to do things normally.
Yeah. Anyways.
Also one thing with 14 that I think is really cool, Odin actually does have a design for under the armor.
Oh, okay.
But the way they do the design is really cool, because again, in lore, Odin is effectively supposed to be like a spirit of war.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they do that in the game is that Odin will randomly spawn in the overworld as a world boss. Whoever deals the killing hit to Odin will be the next design under Odin's armor.
Okay, that's kind of neat. Anyways,
no, it's very nifty, very dumb, very nifty.
I think what I'll say so far, I'm gonna go 9 first place, and then 13 is second, just for being unique and different. And then here's 16. We've got basically the 14 design. Just in case you don't get it, that's Oedipus.
Mother.
uh,
Genuinely, how to ruin a villain in one moment. Oh, they really tried to make him menacing after that, and they really failed.
I like
But
him for the
that's
most part.
spoilers.
Yeah, let's not get into that. And
Barnabas is an interesting character that is done dirty.
still, his fight was peak. Like, if it weren't for the Omega
I
fight in the DLC, it would probably be my favorite. Like,
actually,
foot battle.
unironically, one of my favorite tropes in action games is like character that starts off with a cool composed style but becomes progressively more unhinged as you start beating their ass.
Yeah. Either way, any
And
more about him
and
would
the
be.
Barnabas fight is peak for
Yeah.
that.
Either way, any
By
more.
the end, he's just throwing everything he's got at you.
Either way, any more than that would be spoilers, and I get the feeling neither of us are going to pick him as our favorite, anyways. So we'll just move on.
No.
Here's
Honestly, this might be the one Odin thing where I think that there is a fair chance a spinoff might win for me.
Yeah. First of all,
Because Tactics Odin is very cool.
Tactics Odin is cool. There's Revenant Wings Odin, which I know it's the pure black thing that you say you don't like, but that helmet.
No, it's like, again, because they're going from very much like War Demon, because they also took Sleipnir and kind of turned him into like the fucking like the one goddamn bull demon.
Yeah.
Damn, shout outs to Malos.
It was, I believe this
Or was
is
it
the one
Malos?
from...
No, it was fucking. Hold up, I want to confirm because I always mix up like 3 different people.
Yeah, it was. I believe this is the one from Type 0 down here. And they have a little skull helmet, which I thought is a neat idea. Because was that in any? I don't think so. No.
Yes, he was Malos. Okay.
I think because
also apparently he's actually Norwegian, so that might not have been as much of an accent as we thought it was.
See, you're right. I kind of also like the tactics
Monado
one.
Brat.
I think all of these ones on this spin-off page are cool. Like Type 0, Tactics, and Revenant Wings. These are all really neat. And then here's the less cool spin-offs.
That was Mouse. That's the thing. I always confuse because there's another character from, I want to say it's from 14, who's voiced by Mumkar from Xenoblade, and I always mix up which combination it is.
Yeah, so here's the mostly mobile phone Odin spin-offs, and these
all the top ones are just different flavors of Saint Seiya.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I was pulling them out. I just think they're a little too overdone for Odin. Like, even going back to the other ones, like you were saying you like Tactics, and that's a pretty basic, like...
That's the thing, Odin's at his best when it is a dude in armor.
Type 0 has a sword that turns into a spear. Oh, that's pretty neat, because, like, you know, usually if he'll, like, have one or both or whatever.
I think that's another thing I like about the 13 design is that instead of having, like, a sword and a spear, instead it is that weird fucking, like, spear cane sword.
Yeah, oh, here's more spin. I think there's the last ones. Actually, that World of FF, out of all the Black Odins, that might be my favorite one. Maybe it's because
like, you know what? You want to know what's kind of wild to me? This is a combination of multiple Odins I don't like in a way I really like. Because it looks like you take the 11 Judge Odin, mesh it with, like, the 14 Lubu Odin, and then add in some Dark Knight flair. Actually, unironically, pretty far up on my design.
Yeah, okay, so that's it for... Let's go... I'm picking 8.
You know, I
it's
gotta
8.
be full. The thing is, like in terms of broad strokes, like Odin might have some of, like, not necessarily the worst designs, but the most consistently middle of the road. Odin looks pretty cool in just about every game he's in.
Yeah, like, I think what helps with Odin is a lot of times he has the most narrative significance, or like one of the most narrative significance of any summons, especially thinking of like 8 or 3, which, you know, keep in mind, I'm picking the games where summons don't have a lot of narrative to them, or 4 especially. Like, man, when you'd finally get Odin there, that, like, meant something, because he is... I feel like in the games where you have to work hard to get Odin, it elevates him for me. And I know that's more about the character and story, especially in 4, but since 4 Super Nintendo doesn't have my favorite design, obviously 4 3D is also pretty good, but And I'm going with 8. Did you already type in 8 for me?
Yes,
Okay. I'm going with 8. What did you decide?
9.
Okay.
It's 9 with tactics. Like 9 and tactics would depend on my mood. There's not enough tactics for that. Oh, anyway, this is where things are going to start getting
Right.
really
So
stuffy
here's
again.
the issue here. I started doing the Bahamut part roughly 12
2
minutes roughly 12 minutes before we started the stream. And for any Final Fantasy fans, y'all would know that there's a lot of Bahamuts. There's so many Bahamuts. So let's just go through this like normal for a minute. First of all, Bahamut initially was in Final Fantasy 1. There's the Nintendo Power art of him. There is the sprite that I have blown up too big, especially on the 4K monitor I'm looking at it on. There's this PSP sprite. They all kind of suck.
Wow, I love D&D monsters.
Right. There's really not much to say about this one. Anyways, here's the 3s and 4s. I think
Boy, Black Dragons.
out of these, so obviously like 3 NES and 4 Super Nintendo are not a whole lot different. The main thing is like 3 is so big, especially for an NES sprite. Like keep in mind when that shows up on your NES game, it's taking up a lot of screen. Well, I think 4, it kind of hurts that it's not as big, especially because you fight Bahamut in 4, and I think that's the exact same sprite for it.
Yeah.
And I feel like he could be bigger. It's not big enough. 3 3D, it's a dragon. 4 3D, I feel like they were looking at later Bahamuts and just tried to translate that to DS. Like, it's nothing too crazy yet. Like, this is similar to Odin. What helps Bahamut most of the time is his narrative significance, because he is the only of any of the later summons to be in Final Fantasy 1. And then in 3, he shows up near the start of the game in 3.
Yeah, that's right. Because like you half fight him at the top of the thing, and then
Yeah, and you
get
have to
him
escape.
later, right?
And then 4, you have a whole ass boss fight to unlock him.
Also, really
Near
quick,
the
can I
end.
just say that the 4 3D art for a second I thought that the wing behind him that's like not colored in. Excuse me, I thought that was like a white flame. And could I just say that would make the single coolest Bahamut design?
It probably would. Out of what we're looking at so far, probably 4 3D, but that is just pretty similar to later
Also,
Bahamut.
looking at it,
So
it's kind of interesting how, like, despite being a black dragon, Bahamut would really quickly turn into, like, the light element.
yeah. Anyway, let's move up. So 5 just blows 3 and 4 out of the water. I know I was saying how I think 3 is big and that's what makes it cool, and 6s is bigger than 5s, but I like 5s a lot. I think 5 is my
5
favorite
had
of
the
the first
coolest
6.
dragon designs.
I think
Like, also, can I just say the thing with the 4 design that always stops me from liking the 4 design is that it just looks like Ridley Metroid.
Yep, I think 6. My thing is, he looks like he's looking behind himself, like, oh, what the fuck's happening over there? Oh, you fucking summoned me. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah,
And then
5 is ready to kill you.
yeah,
Capital
5,
K, capital Y, kill you.
5's going in it. So far 5 is the winner. Now there's a reason for this, but we're skipping to 8 and 9.
Bahamut Final Fantasy 7 disambiguation.
Right. Give us a bit before we go to 7. 8 and 9. I think 9 is now the best of the Bahamuts we've seen.
Spike.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was gonna say 8's the best.
Really? Is it because of the sheen?
It's partially because of the sheen, partially because I love the giant like wing claws.
That's true. But 9 also has those.
Yeah, but also like they're not as cool because they're like kind of pointed downwards.
Okay, bucko. Whatever. I'm gonna say not just because of the jaw and the big pointy spike on the top. But we're not at the difficult part with Bahamut discussion yet. So far my favorites have been 5 and 9. Sounds like yours were 5 and 8. Now we get 10 and 11.
10, the best one.
It is so crazy. It looks like
I love the 10 Bahamut.
it's like a
so
straight up
much.
like, giant mecha dragon, but not with too many mechanical bits. It's just it has the posture of a Gundam,
And the thing is, it has something rare for Bahamut. It has a dose of color.
Yeah.
Like the red is so like I gotta be honest, like Bahamut's usually like depicted with blue. But like again, with 8 kind of representing a weird change in summon design, it turned Bahamut's secondary color into red for a while, and I think black and red Bahamut is cooler than black and blue Bahamut. Just gonna say it.
I think I like the black and blue more, but you can have your opinion. Like, but 10 here is just it's the one of the few times when Bahamut is truly absolutely mega different. Sorry, main Bahamut is absolutely mega different. And I
There
think
will be future designs that try to do what 10 Bahamut did and fail 15.
yeah, now 11 that's
It's 14 is better.
Yeah.
That's my review of 11s.
Maybe I just picked the wrong head, but why is that? Sorry, maybe I just picked the wrong image. Again, I was putting together this part. Literally, Brendan and I were on call by the time I started putting together this
Literally.
part. Why is the head so tiny? Maybe it's bigger in the game and I just picked a bad image, but that's a tiny head. 13. Not wild about it. I think going back to what we said with Alexander and Odin, it's interesting that they tried to make the ride portion of it related to his old thing, which is flying, but I don't think it worked as well because it's just fucking flying.
Like that's the thing. I think Bahamut would have been lame if it weren't given to Fang. With Fang, that design feels like it just works because it's kind of has like the kind of looser, like biomechanical primal energy that I
Yeah.
think works for Fang more than like the rigid, sleek technology of the others.
Right.
Where like a lot of the other ones have a very clockwork design, but no, this one looks like a biomechanical thing out to kill you.
Yeah, like it works within Final
You know,
Fantasy 13.
I've got to be honest. If you swapped the purple for red, you've got Diabolos.
I don't think
Like,
I like it as
it's
much
not
as the other
Bahamut.
summons in 13. Like, just compare that to
It's
Odin,
not Bahamut.
Alexander, Brynhildr. It's not quite it.
I joke about Hecaton Kairos, but like Hecaton Kairos, they do a great job of adapting like the 100-armed beast.
Yeah, it's fine.
This isn't Bahamut.
Right, now, 14, I wasn't sure what's up with this one. This is,
Hey, look, it's Odin.
yeah, oh wait, sorry, 15, this is 15 here. Yep, you already told me this would be too spoilery to talk about, so Fang deserved a better
like
Bahamut.
the most I told him was like the broad strokes lore, which is that effectively like Bahamut is like Odin, but like the Norse Odin. He's the king of the gods. He's
Yeah.
big boy god.
Anyways, 16.
God, shout outs to
Put
the gays.
a little flag in there for funsies.
Now, remember how I said there was one 16 design that I think we were going to be split on?
Yeah.
Roman, I really hate to say this. I'm not that hot on this Bahamut design.
Well, that sucks because this is the only one you can be hot on and potentially have reciprocation from Bahamut.
Bad dragon.
Um,
It's like it is very, 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 very cool. It's insanely cool.
especially within the game.
I think the wings are just the big wings just look really silly to me. It's kind of silly in the fun, edgy way. I don't know. Out of all of the dominant designs in 16, I think Bahamut is my second least favorite behind Odin, but there is a gulf in design quality between Bahamut and Odin.
Yeah, like 16 Bahamut is by no means my favorite. I'm definitely not picking it. The Sword
Now,
Wings
what
is
I will
pretty
say
neat.
with Bahamut is that the way they use Bahamut and the goofy ass big wings are fun as hell.
Oh yeah.
Because I feel like at its core, Bahamut is like the smallest of the icons.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
just it's just that the wings give it a huge and dominant silhouette. That is
Right.
kick-ass, and I think it represents Dion fantastically.
Yeah,
Someone who's ultimately small but with big power.
yeah, it's just the issue is most of what we can say on Dion mega spoilers.
The new form of Mega Flare.
I think all I will say is I think with Dion's story I'm saying some broad strokes here. He is a person who has to, as a personality in general, has to stay in the closet, keep his powers to himself, and I think also working that into his sexuality was a really nice way to mesh the two stories together without also doing what a lot of companies do sometimes. We're like, look at our gay character. Instead, it is writing someone whose story of being queer and story of being hidden in the shadows, just meshed together well.
Shouts to the gays. Love the gays. Happy Pride.
Yep. Anyways, here's some
Dion
spin-offs.
is going to skip the wrath. Hey, look, another Revenant's wing design that's not that good, but I have a deep love for.
It's the Night Bahamut. Then God, I don't remember what that one in the middle is. Pedro, tell me if it's Type 0. It might have been. And then the other one on the far right, that
That's
is
just a dragon.
it's just a dragon in
It's just
Emily's.
a dragon.
Yep. I think I'm not a fan of the Revenant wings for it to be Bahamut, but I think just we can agree broad strokes. Overall, Revenant wings is not any of our favorites really, but it's such a neat idea to spin these summons on their head in the world of like Final Fantasy 12 and latter Evilise, that you have to appreciate.
Like, I'm pretty sure
them.
like the lore behind like the 12 summons is like literally they're like completely different like types of entities to the other summons.
Yeah, Dion's best Bahamut, even if not the best design.
Honestly, I feel like you can say that about all of them except for like Odin.
Yeah, anyways, more spin-offs. Look, there's the middle is Type 0. Okay, cool. Look, there's Crystal Bear's Bahamut, which is really just the one from 5, but they didn't translate it to 3D very well. I think this one in the bottom left is 4 heroes, which why is he such a tiny little dude? Then
Dimensions and
I think
Dissidia.
yeah,
probably.
Dimensions, Dissidia, Theatrhythm.
Yeah, that's the Theater Rhythm Bahamut. I think that's based on like I don't remember which Bahamut that's supposed to be.
Yeah,
Every time I see it, I think it looks like something from 13.
Yeah, it's not though. I think that's Dimensions. It must be that is just the one from 13, but slightly different. It must have been a Dimensions 13. World of FF must be another Dimensions or something. I forgot that one. Anyways, you might be able to tell from these last few slides being put together very hastily. Oh wait, here's Stranger of Paradise. It's kind of cool. Anyways,
so cool.
Here is when I ran out of time and wanted to start it. Type 0 has a Bahamut 0, believe it or not. Oh well, now we're about to do a little fun thing. So for that, that is the final slide I made. This is the one from 7. It is. I think this is my peak regular old Bahamut. I think it is just, if you say Bahamut, I think of Nomura's design.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, that Theater Rhythm one is supposed to be the Bahamut from Advent Children.
Okay, that's right. Anyways, so here's the thing. This was put together at pretty much a minute and a half after the stream was supposed to start. So now what we're gonna do for the actually before that, let me pull up the little Photoshop thing and let me share screen again. I need to change what's on here. Let me just do display capture, I think. Wait. No, let's do window. Display capture is stupid. That's how I make a little oopsie whoopsie.
That's how one of my friends almost doxed herself in mid-stream because she wanted to order Wendy's.
Yeah, anyway, so
I forgot she had screen share on.
This was put together pretty quickly as well. We're just going to pick our absolute favorites that you've been writing down. So back with Maddie, what did we say?
You're gonna agree. Oh, you're just asking me. Yeah, we agreed the FF9 one was better.
Okay.
Honestly, we were in agreement on most of them.
Yeah. Like there's space to put 2 on each, but I'm just gonna do that. So there's Maddie. Pretty much just know top is gonna be mine, bottom will be yours unless we agreed. Sylph, I know we disagreed.
Yeah, Sylph, you said Opera Omnia, I said 14.
Okay. Put in Opera Omnia. Let me zoom in so that we can see these better. This is the review on what we all said, basically.
Spoiler alert, there will be a lot of FF8 and there will be a lot of agreement.
Yes. Because Siren, we both said 8, right?
Yeah, Siren, we both said 8.
Okay. My computer's not a big... Wait, did I...
I can't actually see what you're streaming right now, by the way. You're still on the Bahamut side.
Oh, okay, yeah.
On my end. On the stream, we can see, but...
Yeah, let me make it where you can see the other one. It's on Discord. Yeah, here we go. So Siren, just 8 for both of us.
Yep. And then, yeah, Siren was 8 for both of us.
Okay, I'm going to use the Mora art, or wait, oh, that's the issue. Photoshop, please don't do this to me. There we go. What did we say for
Photoshop
Golem?
fucking eats resources. For which one? For Golem? You said Crystal Chronicles. I said 14.
Okay. That's right. I was trying to represent because I made the video about Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
And I am, again, have a self-admitted 14 bias.
Right. Oh, stop trying to size things. Okay, you know what? Okay, so Golem.
Golem? Yeah.
And now the one from 14? Shit, where did I put the one from 14? Did I... Shit. Did I lose it? No way. I can't believe this. Oh, wait. I know what happened. I need to... You know what? I'm going to make this just a tweet at the end on my Twitter, because this isn't the most interesting thing to look at. Kind of just... Instead, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull out a little notepad, and we're just going to see what got the most points. Because I'm curious. I'll tweet this later, because I didn't...
8. It's 8. The answer's 8.
Okay, well, still, I want to see.
Like, just looking at it now, the answer is pretty unequivocally 8. Also, did you give a best Bahamut answer, or are we going to continue Bahamut momentarily?
We will continue. Why did I put down 1? 1 is irrelevant. Okay, so FF3, FF4, FF5, FF6. Let me share the notepad now, because that's what we all want to see. Yeah, let's just display capture, whatever. Y'all can see my fun everything going on. So unprofessional. I should have thought about how I do that. So zoom, just Control plus. No. All right, so 3, 4, 5, 6, FF7, FF8, 9, FF10, FF11. Okay, so right now we've got how many points total? So we got a double for 9. Because I'm going to count each of us as a point, okay? So,
yep.
There. Then FF. Let me just put down 14 and FF. Was that Opera Omnia that I gave a point to?
Yes.
Shocking, because I haven't played it. So, there's that. And then next is 2 points on 8. What's Golem? Golem is Crystal Chronicles and 14, right?
Yes.
Okay. FFCC.
And then Fenrir, we agreed 9.
Okay. What's next?
Fenrir, we agreed 9. Diabolos, we agreed 8, but that doesn't matter because they're just fucking all 8.
Right. None of them look different from 8. What now?
Carbuncle, you picked 8. I picked 14.
Okay.
Phoenix was agreed 16.
Okay. Then what's
Alexander, you picked 9 and I picked 8.
Mm-hmm.
Garuda, we agreed 16.
Okay.
Leviathan, we agreed 8.
Next.
Titan and Ifrit, we both agreed 16.
Oh man, 16's... Alright, keep going.
Ramu, you picked 9, I picked 5.
Oh boy, a point for a 16-bit game.
Shiva, we both picked 10.
Okay.
And then Odin, you picked 8, I picked 9.
Okay, so let's go ahead and delete all the things that had no points at all, one way or the other. Sorry, most of you older games. So what we ended up with, besides Bahamut, which we're getting to. So we have Final Fantasy VIII with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. Then let's see, is it 9 or 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it goes 8, 9, then 16, then 14, then Crystal Chronicles, then Opera Omnia. Wait, sorry, 10, then Crystal Chronicles, then Opera Omnia, and 5. So yeah, that's honestly close to what I expected. I kind of
Shoutouts to multiples of 8.
yeah. I was expecting 16 to be second place.
What is it 8 and 9 in first two?
Yeah, it's 8 then 9, but I guess the big difference is that 8 and 9 have more like, oh, we both picked Maduine from 9. Like, yeah, he's only in that one. Like, he's not in 6. 16 has
Roman
so
discovers why actually good data is hard to gather from polls like this.
right. Because we've both played 8, 9, 16, which have the most points. And I picked fucking Opera Omnia for Sylph. I've never played Opera Omnia. Like, it's just there's so little to choose from for Sylph. So yeah, that means Final Fantasy VIII is our big winner. And this is as much as a Final Fantasy VII shill I am. I didn't pick any. Except I did say regular Bahamut. Like, I guess I'll say this for normal ass Bahamuts. I'm gonna say 7. I'm gonna put my.
I'm gonna say 10.
You're gonna say 10? Okay. So there we go. 10 is now tied with 14. 7 at least has a point. Now here's the big boy thing we've got to do. We're gonna look at the various Bahamuts. Let me check. What's that site? Let me do Final Fantasies. Yeah, hopefully this website that I linked you a while ago has the various Bahamuts, because
I'd assume it would have all of them but 15 and Bahamut Prime from 14.
well, I mean,
Which Bahamut Prime is just Bahamut, but he is gold.
Because this is a very little handy site I found. Variations. Thank God, because I did not want to.
By the way, if we are talking, if we are going to be talking context based, I'm also going to say that 14 Bahamut is a close second for almost ending the world and spawning possibly my single favorite cutscene in video game history.
Yeah, so let's go through it on this site because it has the benefit of not needing to deal with Wikia crashing itself. So first of all, wait, let's pull out everything from a 7 because there's so many from 7. Oh, that's what it was, the Advent Children one.
Yeah,
wait,
that's what I said.
Oh, it was? I wasn't listening to you, but you expected that.
Also, you need to change the screen share again.
Oh, for you. That's right. I'm just on the stream.
God, I love Neo Bahamut, aka we made Bahamut red.
Let's go through what I've pulled out already. So, first of all, Neo Bahamut, I think is
my least favorite 7 variation. It's just the fighter jet Bahamut.
Yeah, like, it's neat. I really love it. Like, I agree, it's probably my least favorite, but I think all 3 are pretty goddamn solid. And I know it is just fighter. And also this little, is this from Mobius or something? This art here just really shows what makes it work.
Yeah.
It's like a feistier Bahamut to me. I don't like it more than base Bahamut, but hey, you know what we got for that? Bahamut Zero, which...
Yeah, aka just edgy Bahamut.
Yeah, like, just the way it's set. Let me pull up. Is this just... Let's see, variants? Oh, they must not have a whole bunch of images for it. Unless, is it in renders or just... they only put in base Bahamut. Okay. I mean...
that 10 render is so good.
It is, like...
The fucking Gynax pose.
I think Bahamut Zero is just my favorite Bahamut
shit, hold
overall.
up 1 sec, I accidentally unplugged my fucking headphones.
Oh,
I can't
okay.
hear you.
I'll give you a second.
My headphones got stuck underneath my chair, and I shifted and yanked it out.
Gotcha.
I can hear you now.
Okay. I think Bahamut Zero is overall my favorite.
Yeah.
Bahamut
Now
Fury.
Neo Bahamut or Bahamut Fury.
Yeah, Bahamut Fury. This was a neat fight.
I love it, but also that is a Yu-Gi-Oh monster.
Yeah, it's too gold. It's too.
That is a Digimon.
It's
Digital
way too gold
monster.
for me. It needed a little less.
That's the thing. I love it, but also it is probably my least favorite 7 Bahamut.
And then here's the one from Advent Children. I think
It's called Bahamut Sin. Do you get it? The Final Fantasy 7 takes place in the same world as 10. Whoa, you
Whoa,
can really
yeah.
just tell they decided that early compilation because 10 was also popular in the West.
Right. I am not a. I'm not wild about this one. I
It's
think
too much.
in the context of Advent Children, not the story, but in the fact that it gives the characters a good chance to jump around on a giant kaiju, I think that was neat. It spawned some cool AMVs. End of discussion. There's a bunch of other variants of it. Here's the one from 13.2 again.
Wow, it's fucking 13, but they changed the color.
Uh,
Man, I'm gonna have to send someone Bahamut Ratio on Twitter at some point.
Wait, what is this one from? Is it from 14 or?
I think that's concept art of the 13 one.
Oh, I kind of wish they went. Let me go scroll down for a minute.
Like, is that what that was supposed to be?
It is Jet, Amber, Garnet, Bahamut. Oh, now
that's probably
this was in the
DLC,
final
right?
boss.
Yeah, that's right. Because I always remember the cutscene of like fucking like Daz shooting it down on a ship or something.
Yeah.
or whatever the
This
fuck.
was the one of the phases of the final boss in 13.2.
Yeah. Because I remember when I told you like, oh yeah, Chaos Bahamut, the final boss of 13 too. One time you talked to me like I was an insane person. Now you know what I was talking about.
Yeah, well, it wasn't called Chaos.
Because keep in mind, I never played the game. I just went on YouTube when I was 13 and searched Final Fantasy 13 2 final boss.
Oh, and this person nicely put. This is the main reason I stopped trying to put them all into the PowerPoint, is because I saw how many goddamn Bahamuts are in Dimensions.
I love the one that's just the Grand Blue mascot.
Yeah, here's
that is meta. That is heartless meta Ridley.
Here's Chaos Bahamut. Here's Scold Bahamut.
Fucking Diabolos Bahamut.
Erd Bahamut. It's just the one from 10, but a little different.
That's 13-2's final boss.
Yeah.
That stream delay.
Verth Bahamut. This is just a fucking Cygames mascot.
Just straight the fuck up.
It's Cygames mascot, but sexier. Why does he look like that?
My one's going. I'm gonna say Roman calling the fucking weird baby dragon sexy is going in the compilation video.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the last thing we're gonna do. Wait, is this every?
There's no 14 Bahamut.
Oh, because this dude's site is old. What's?
Well, no, because 14 Bahamut would have been in the original. Like, is that not under like any of the others?
Oh, that's because that's just the variants. If we go into artwork, let me scroll down. Because I think you said there's like a bunch of Bahamuts in 14.
There's a bunch, but like there's really only one that matters. And it looks like if
Okay.
you scroll up, you'll see it.
Yeah, if I just look for the right number,
Yeah, up
14.
there. Yeah. This is also an incredibly good Bahamut. I hate that they used the gold one.
I don't like the chest.
No, the chest is the best part.
He looks.
That's where he keeps all of his world-destroying murder power.
I don't know. I'm not vibing on the chest. Oh wait, here's. That's right. There was a second one in Crisis Core. Is this?
Yeah, it was just Bahamut.
Yeah, but
But
mechanical.
they gave him armor. Meta Ridley.
To be fair,
Grand Blue does have some legally distinct summon design.
mhm.
I mean, let's not pretend that Grand Blue both isn't A, derivative, and B, the thing so many things were derivative of.
Yeah. I'm kind of digging this Crisis Core one. I forgot he looked a little different because like he doesn't show up very like. Keep in mind when I played Crisis Core, I would skip through a lot of things, and I think could you only summon Bahamut Fury in Crisis Core?
No, you can summon original Bahamut.
Okay, I couldn't quite remember. I'm not sure where he's getting a few of the artwork on here because that is definitely not base 5 Bahamut art. That must be from Anthology or something. And I kind of dig that one actually. Yeah. So okay, last thing we're gonna do before we end the stream, and I'll put up a little Twitter post of like what our favorites were. The thing that I was going to do in Photoshop, but I'll probably do it like tomorrow because it's 10. I haven't eaten dinner.
Mhm.
Brendan, we're going to rank the Bahamut variants. I'm just going to pick the best looking of each of these, like renders they have, or like if it's a
You know, look, I think we're both getting fucking tired. Let's just like really quickly, just like, well, instead of like ranking them, let's just give them all like a letter grade.
okay, that works.
Why did they make a Smash render? Why did they make
I
a
don't
fucking
know
Smash
why this
fan render
exists, but
of Bahamut Zero?
it was the highest quality resolution on
It
Google
also doesn't
Images.
look anything like Bahamut Zero. It
It
looks more like the fucking Stranger of Paradise Bahamut.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just use
Let's just do the cool sunset art one.
yeah, that works. Um I'm not going to count Chaos Bahamut because it's just a recolor of the one from 13.
Seriously gonna have to send someone the Bahamut ratio on Twitter.
Let's see, Grand Bloozers. Okay, so this guy Fury. Okay, we're gonna say I'm gonna say B. It's just a little too much gold for me. Bahamut Zero
B.
S for me. He's so peak. Especially when I think about his summon. This one didn't show up. Blocked for some reason. Whatever. I think that would have been the second.
Bahamut Sin.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's like C.
Bahamut Sin. Don't like. Not a fan. Bahamut. These
That's not a
guys.
letter.
D. For Bahamut
B.
Sin. On these guys, honestly, I'm gonna say A. I dig it.
Fair enough.
This thing.
That's a C.
I guess you know what it reminds me of? The
Oh,
Bio
hold up.
Lizard.
I just noticed the eyes on the wings. Yeah, no, that's going up to B.
Honestly, he kind of reminds me of like Black Arms or Bio Lizard.
Sonic fan.
Yeah, I know. A.
Shame him, chat.
Oh no, I enjoy me hedgehog.
That's another that fucking hell. That's a C tier. My eyes.
Holy shit, really? I'm gonna give it an A. This is fucking rad.
It's you see, it's shiny, but it's too shiny. It looks like it would have that game. No, never mind. It would have that GameCube weird hyper reflection texture.
The-
That's an A tier. This one I'm gonna give an A tier just because it's like 10 Bahamut, but like mecha.
I'm gonna say B because I think it's 10, but not quite as good. I can't even tell what this is. I don't know if it's a crusty
That's
resolution.
Shinryu. C. You
Yeah,
pulled up
it's
a
Shinryu.
picture of Shinryu. That's
Yeah,
a C tier. I'm gonna give
not
that an A tier because I'm giving it an A tier because it's
It pissed
not
me
Bahamut,
off.
but it is adorable, and I would buy it if it were a marketable plushie.
Okay, but what about this version?
Oh no, that one is absolutely a B tier for B turd get on this dick. There we go. Now we're even.
It's the last one. And that honestly seeing Neo Bahamut again.
I'm just gonna give it an A.
I
It's good. It's Bahamut, but red. It would be a good. The thing is, I would put it in S tier if it were black, and I think that deserves an A tier.
Sonic
Sonic
is
is rad. Shut up. No, but also shame him, chat. We must shame Sonic fans.
Oh yeah. To be fair, in our main like close knit circle, he's like the biggest Sonic hater in there, while the rest of us
Okay,
are
you say biggest Sonic hater. Let's rephrase that. I've liked a lot of the Sonic games I've played. It's just I've never been that much of a fan.
right. The
outside of
rest,
Sonic
like
Rush.
one of the friends in there, he like straight up worked at Evening Star, worked on Origins and Penny's Big Breakaway. So like,
No, like out of everyone there, I am the least Sonic fan. But even then, I would say I like Sonic. I'm not like okay. Let's quickly. I'm gonna quickly draw my line in the sand before I get shamed by chat. When I say I'm not a Sonic fan, I say that in the same way that I'll say like I'm not a fan of things that I do like. I just don't really engage with them a ton. I've liked pretty much all the Sonic games I've played. I've pretty much never been oh haha Sonic is bad or was bad or has always been bad.
it's just him.
What chat? It's
Yeah.
just you. Look, okay, I'm talking chat is in the metaphorical second person pronoun.
Yeah.
But like No, I like that's the thing. I like Sonic the least, and that makes me the designated let's joke about them not liking Sonic.
Yeah. Anyways, we've been at this for 4 hours. Neo Bahamut's an S for me. We're gonna call that. I'm hungry and
Streaming is hard, bro. Streaming is deceptively difficult.
and more than that, I need to take a shit. I I need to use the bathroom, and if we're done anyways, I'm not gonna put in
Well,
like,
chat,
"Ooh,
everyone, thanks for stopping by.
thanks for
Whoa,
stopping
if you're
by."
not sick of me yet, you can find my Twitch channel in the description.
I know
I play
most-
Weeb games sometimes when I remember I have a channel.
Yep, I saw, most people left already. Pedro, thanks for keeping the chat active. I am probably going to, maybe I'll do a little like splice up of like shorten everything, like best of bits to this one, because I think it was a neat idea. I can shorten it, add music, make it more interesting. All right, anyways, that's
We
it.
did have
Later.
some haha funny moments.
Exactly.